Chapter 91. The Trial of Survival. Chapter 91. The Trial of Survival. The embers of dawn had yet to kiss the sky when Arixa and Thalron stood before the Elder Seer once more. The beastfolk shaman's presence was as unmoving as the ancient trees that surrounded them, his dark eyes filled with an ageless wisdom that made the air feel heavy with unseen weight. This was no longer about camaraderie, about the bond of warriors. This was something older, something primal. The trial of survival was not about strength or combat prowess. It was about endurance, patience, and the ability to adapt. There would be no weapons, no armor, no magic to rely on, only their instincts, their wits, and their will to persist. The wildlands, the Elder Seer began, his voice deep and resonant, do not reward the strong alone. They reward those who endure, those who respect the balance between predator and prey. Tonight, you will learn whether you are the hunter or the hunted. Arixa's hands clenched into fists at her sides. She had spent her life fighting, enduring pain, pushing past limits. But this was different. This was not a battlefield. It was something far more dangerous. There were no rules, no allies, no mercy. The Elder led them deep into the wilderness, far beyond the safety of the tribe. The trees grew denser, their twisted roots forming a labyrinth that threatened to snare any who moved without care. The distant cries of unseen creatures echoed through the undergrowth, a reminder that they were not alone. You must find your way back by dawn, the Elder Seer said, but know this, you are not the only ones being tested. With those final words, he vanished into the thick brush, his steps soundless, leaving them alone with the night. Arixa exhaled sharply. All right, we find high ground, get a view of the land, and move fast. Thalron shot her a glance, his golden-green eyes narrowing. And run into every hidden danger along the way? No. We move smart, not fast. Arixa scowled but said nothing. They pressed forward, navigating through the dark wilderness. The wildlands were not just untamed, they were alive. The paths that seemed open twisted into mazes, shifting in ways that defied logic. Thick fog rolled in without warning, swallowing the land in a damp, sightless void. The ground beneath their bare feet was cool and damp, littered with fallen leaves and gnarled roots that threatened to trip the unwary. Thalron, ever the tracker, moved with careful precision. He noted the wind direction, the faint disturbances in the underbrush, the way the silence ebbed and flowed, as though the land itself breathed. Arixa, used to charging forward, struggled against the need to move. You need to slow down, Thalron warned as she pushed through another thicket. I don't like waiting around while something hunts us, Arixa muttered. Then don't act like prey, he countered. Stay aware, think ahead. Her jaw clenched. She hated that he was right. They scavenged what they could, moss for insulation, sharp stones for crude weapons, strips of bark that could be woven into makeshift rope. Every action had to be deliberate. Waste was weakness. Then the presence closed in. At first it was subtle, the shift of the wind, the absence of the distant wildlife that had been singing moments before. Then a whisper of movement, a rustling that did not belong to the night breeze. Something was out there. Thalron froze, his eyes flicked to Arixa. Don't move. A shadow shifted, a blur of motion, and before Arixa could react, a net of woven vines snapped around her ankle. The ground vanished beneath her as she was yanked into the air. A snare trap. Rookie mistake. She snarled, twisting mid-air, trying to reach the bindings. The net was tight, expertly woven. She swung, trying to build momentum, but before she could free herself, a figure dropped from the trees. A masked beastfolk warrior. They didn't attack. They were watching. Thalron acted fast. He drew his makeshift dagger and slashed the vine in a clean motion. Arixa crashed down, just in time to roll aside as another figure lunged from the darkness. Their movements were calculated, each strike aimed to disorient, to force a mistake. They were being tested. They're herding us, Thalron murmured. Arixa spat out a curse. Then let's turn the tables. They needed a strategy. They ran, not in fear, but with purpose. Thalron led them toward higher ground, scanning for anything they could use to their advantage. And then they found it. An old, abandoned camp lay ahead, half buried under layers of overgrowth, the remnants of a fire pit, the stone remains of a collapsed shelter, carvings on the walls of a rock face. Arixa stopped cold. One of the carvings, a sigil matching the one engraved on her warhammer. Her breath caught in her throat. She didn't recognize it, not entirely, but something in her blood did. Thalron's eyes sharpened. He examined the surrounding symbols, his fingers trailing over a second mark, a different crest. He recognized it. An exiled faction, he muttered. Arixa's chest tightened. Her parents. They were part of something bigger. Before she could speak, the wild hunters closed in. They were surrounded. Arixa's muscles coiled, her instincts screaming to fight. But Thalron grabbed her wrist. Fighting is what they expect. She hesitated. They're testing survival, he whispered, not combat. She swallowed back her frustration. Instead of fighting, they used the terrain. They baited the hunters into their own traps, leading them into pitfalls, weaving through the ruins to create choke points, using the fog to vanish and reappear elsewhere. The hunters didn't expect prey that fought back with strategy. By the time dawn began to break, the tables had turned. The wild hunters faltered. They stopped. One by one, they lowered their weapons. Arixa and Thalron had survived. The tallest of the hunters, a scarred beastfolk warrior, stepped forward and removed his mask. His piercing gaze locked onto Arixa. The silence stretched. Then finally he spoke. "You are her daughter." Arixa's heart stopped. "You have her fire," he murmured, his voice heavy with something she couldn't name. "But do you have her wisdom?" Her chest tightened. Her breath came short. She swallowed. "Who is she?" The elder did not answer. Not yet. Instead, he turned to Thalron. "You have both passed." Arixa looked down at her hands, still shaking. The trial was over, but something deeper had begun. The elder stepped back, watching them both with an unreadable gaze. "One trial remains," he said, "the trial of heart." Chapter 92, Trial of the Heart. Chapter 92, Trial of the Heart. The sun barely peeked over the horizon when the tribe gathered at the sacred circle. Arixa stood at the forefront, arms crossed, her warhammer strapped to her back. But for the first time in a long while, she wasn't sure she wanted to use it. The elder seer stepped forward, their gaze calm yet piercing. "The first trial tested your strength, the second your ability to survive. But a warrior without direction is like a blade with no hand to wield it. The final test, the trial of the heart, will show us who you truly are." Arixa shifted uncomfortably. "And how exactly do I prove that?" The elder smiled knowingly. "You do not prove anything to us, only to yourself." Vera, standing at Arixa's side, smirked and nudged her. "What's wrong? Afraid you can't punch your way through this one?" Arixa shot her a glare. "I don't get the point of this. I already know why I fight." The elder's smile didn't falter. "Do you?" Unlike the last two trials, this one did not lead them to a battlefield or a dangerous wilderness. Instead, Arixa and Vera were led deep into a hidden glade beneath the shadow of towering trees, their roots intertwined like veins of an ancient heart. Arixa noticed the eerie stillness, the kind of quiet that felt unnatural. No rustling leaves, no chirping insects. Just silence. At the center of the glade stood a massive ancient tree, its bark carved with thousands of names. The inscriptions ranged from pristine to worn, some so faded they were almost lost to time. "This is the mirror tree," the elder seer explained. "It shows only the truth. You must look within and face what you find." Arixa frowned, crossing her arms. "And if I don't like what I see?" "Then the trial ends and you fail." The weight of those words settled over Arixa. For the first time in her life, she was afraid of a challenge. Arixa and Vera were instructed to place their hands on the tree. Vera didn't hesitate. "Come on, big girl. Let's see what we're dealing with." Arixa clenched her jaw, but followed suit, pressing her palm against the rough bark. At first, nothing happened. Then the world shifted. The glade melted away, replaced by a vision of herself. But it wasn't just one version of her. There were three. The three Arixas. The wild beast, a version of her that was pure, unchecked instinct. Her eyes glowed with an animalistic light, her warhammer stained with endless battle. She was fierce, powerful, but directionless. The unfeeling soldier, a version of her clad in polished armor, standing rigid, motionless. This Arixa fought because it was all she knew. Cold, disciplined, and detached. The balanced warrior, a version of her that stood with confidence, but she was not alone. Beside her stood her companions, Marcus, Thalron, Vera. This Arixa wasn't just a warrior, she was a protector, a leader. The three spoke in unison, their voices layering over each other. Who are you, Arixa? The beast, the soldier, or something more? Arixa's breath caught in her throat. She didn't know how to answer. Arixa clenched her fists. This is stupid. I fight because I have to. That's all there is to it. Vera stepped forward, shaking her head. No, that's the lie you tell yourself. Arixa scowled. You don't know anything about me. Vera didn't flinch. I know enough. A tense silence stretched between them. The reflections watched, waiting. Vera took another step closer. You think strength is what keeps you safe, that if you keep fighting, keep pushing, you'll never be weak, never be hurt. Arixa flinched. Vera's eyes softened, but her voice remained firm. But real strength, it's knowing when to stop fighting, when to trust people, when to stop carrying everything alone. Arixa's chest tightened, because deep down she knew Vera was right. The reflections began to shift. The wild beast and the unfeeling soldier faded. Only the balanced warrior remained. The tree whispered, You choose. Arixa exhaled slowly. I am more than just my strength, she murmured, and I choose to be more. The vision shattered. The world returned to normal. The elder seer nodded approvingly. You have faced yourself. You have passed. Arixa exhaled sharply. She hadn't realized how tense she was. Vera grinned. See? Told you I was right. Arixa smirked. Don't get used to it. But something felt different inside her. She wasn't lighter, but she wasn't as weighed down either. For the first time in a long time, she wasn't fighting herself. As night fell, the elder seer gathered the tribe once more. You have passed the 3 trials, they said. Now you are ready for the truth. The air felt heavy, the moment stretching endlessly. Arixa swallowed hard. She had spent her life not knowing who she was, where she came from, what she had lost. Now she was about to find out. Chapter 93, The Truth Revealed. Chapter 93, The Truth Revealed. The night was still, the air thick with anticipation. Arixa stood with Marcus, Vera, and Thalron at her side, her herd in every way but blood. The gathered beastfolk surrounded them in a great circle, their faces illuminated by the glow of the ceremonial fire. It crackled and roared, but the tribe itself remained silent, waiting. At the center of it all stood the elder seer, their deep-set eyes locked onto Arixa with something between sorrow and resolve. The weight of history seemed to hang in their voice as they finally spoke. Your past was hidden to protect you, but now it is time you learned who you truly are. The elder's words carried across the night air like a solemn melody. Your father was a warrior, a leader among his kind, a minotaur of great renown, feared and respected among the beastfolk. His strength was unparalleled, his will unshakable. Murmurs spread through the crowd, some in awe, others in unease. Minotaurs were known for their raw might, but Arixa had no memories of her father, just the faint echoes of a name she had never been told. Your mother was a centaur, a seer blessed with the gift of foresight. She saw things no one else could, things that terrified the ruling councils of both their tribes. Arixa stiffened. A minotaur and a centaur. 2 different tribes, both of great power, yet known to be fiercely divided. A forbidden love. The elder continued. The beastfolk do not tolerate unions between tribes, especially between warriors of their caliber. Their love was seen as an abomination, and their offspring, a mistake. Arixa clenched her fists. They fled, the elder continued, not just to protect their love, but to protect you, for your mother had a vision, a prophecy of a warrior who would rise against a catastrophe that would end the world as we know it. The weight of those words settled into Arix's bones. A warrior to stand against the end of the world. Silence stretched between them before the elder spoke again. But love alone was not enough to keep them safe. The moment your mother saw that vision, forces beyond the tribes took notice. Marcus tensed beside Arixa. He knew what was coming next. The followers of the Black, the elder said. Gasps rippled through the gathered beast folk. The shadowy cult had been nothing more than whispers in the dark, a nameless terror few dared speak of. But Marcus, Vera, and Thalron had seen their influence firsthand. They hunted your parents, the elder seer continued, not because of who they were, but because of what they knew. Arixa's heart pounded in her chest. Your father fought, holding them back so your mother could escape with you, but the cult's forces were overwhelming. The fire crackled as the elder let those words sink in. Your mother fled with you deep into the wildlands. We do not know what happened after that. Some believe they perished, others believe they were taken. Arixa's nails dug into her palms. All these years, all the questions, the doubts, the loneliness. They didn't abandon me, they protected me. Her lips parted, her voice a whisper. And I survived. The elder's gaze softened. You survived because you are special, Arixa. She frowned. What do you mean? Your Kai. It is not like that of the other beast folk. It is primal, untamed. It does not follow the natural flow of energy. It is shaped by your emotions, more than even you realize. Marcus and Thalron exchanged a look. Vera crossed her arms. That explains a lot. It is both your greatest strength and your greatest weakness, the elder warned. If you do not learn to control it, it will consume you. Marcus's brow furrowed. He had noticed something about Arixa's Kai during the trial of strength, how it felt almost alive. Arixa's breath was ragged. The emotions stormed inside her like a tempest. Rage, sorrow, relief, purpose. At first, her anger flared. They abandoned me. But then she stopped herself. No, they didn't abandon her. They saved her. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. The elder seer stepped forward and placed something in her hands. A small carved emblem. Her fingers traced the symbol, the same one she had found during the trial of survival. The final piece of the puzzle. Her grip tightened around it. If they're alive, I'll find them. Her voice was steel. And if they're dead, I'll make sure the people who took them pay. Later that night, after the ceremony had ended, Arixa sat alone by a smaller fire, her mind racing. Marcus approached, silent at first. He didn't sit immediately, just stood beside her. You all right? He asked. Arixa let out a humorless chuckle. That's a stupid question. Marcus smirked. Yeah, figured. A beat of silence. Then, I don't know who I am anymore, Arixa admitted, staring at the emblem in her hands. I've always known myself as a warrior, but now I'm supposed to be… What? Some sort of prophesized child. Savior? Marcus exhaled. You're still Arixa. She looked up at him. No prophecy, no vision, no past changes that. You're still the same stubborn, warhammer-wielding maniac I met back in Xenor. A slow smirk crept onto Arixa's lips. She hugged Marcus, nearly squeezing all the breath from his lungs. She swiftly dropped him and wiped tears from her eyes. You're getting better at this whole feelings thing. Marcus laughed. Don't tell anyone. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the tribe gathered once more. You have passed the 3 trials, the elder seer announced. You have reclaimed your past. Now you must choose your future. Arixa turned to Marcus, Thalron, and Vera. She saw it in their eyes. Trust, loyalty, a bond forged through battle and struggle. She gave a small nod. She wasn't alone anymore. The elder seer spoke once more. Your journey is far from over. If you seek the truth, you must be ready for what lies ahead. Arixa smirked. I'm always ready. With that, they set off, leaving behind the past and stepping toward a future filled with danger, mystery, and the unknown. With their bonds strengthened and Arixa's past partially uncovered, the group returns to their growing city, only to find that their absence hadn't stopped the fledgling city's growth. Chapter 94. Return to New York. Chapter 94. Return to New York. The journey back to New York was calm, yet a quiet tension settled over the group. After enduring the trials of strength, survival, and heart, Arixa had found some answers about her past, but many pieces of the puzzle were still missing. The truth about her parents' fate remained uncertain, and that uncertainty gnawed at her. She sat at the front of their caravan, absent-mindedly flipping the emblem of her family over in her hands. The metal had warmed from her touch, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings in search of meaning hidden within its grooves. Thalron, riding beside her, glanced at the emblem before giving her a knowing look. That design. It's old, not just beastfolk craftsmanship, there are elven elements woven into it. Arixa frowned. So? Thalron smirked. So your story might be more complicated than just your parents. You could be tied to something bigger. Arixa scoffed. Great, more complications. She tucked the emblem away and stretched. I liked it better when I just had to hit things. Behind them, Marcus and Vera walked side by side, listening in. She seems more at ease than I expected, Vera murmured. Marcus nodded. She's still figuring it out. She'll deal with it when she's ready. Vera smirked. Sounds familiar. Marcus rolled his eyes, but before he could respond, the towering walls of New York came into view. And immediately they could tell. The city had changed. The moment they passed through the gates, it was obvious. New York had grown. The walls, which had been battered during the war with Zena, were now fully rebuilt, not just repaired, but reinforced with stronger materials. Watchtowers lined the perimeter, trained warriors patrolled the roads, and the city bustled with new faces. Marcus immediately noticed the shift. Merchants, mercenaries, and adventurers had flooded into New York, drawn by its promise as a rising stronghold. The economy was booming, but there was something else, a tension in the air. He recognized several individuals wearing the insignia of the Adventurers Guild. Their presence wasn't a surprise. After all, Baruch had been officially appointed as Guildmaster of New York. However, the fact that the guild was this established in the city meant that things had been moving quickly in their absence. Then there was the other group. Near the marketplace, a cluster of robed figures stood in perfect formation. Their attire bore the unmistakable crest of the Church of Illidum. Thalron narrowed his eyes. The church is here? Vera groaned. That's never a good sign. Before they could investigate further, a familiar goblin came sprinting toward them, cloak flapping wildly. You're back, finally. Things have been complicated. Grek wheezed, catching his breath. Marcus sighed. Of course they have. What now? Grek wasted no time filling them in. The Church of Illidum had sent representatives claiming they sought to offer spiritual guidance to the growing city. In reality, their true intentions were still unknown. A group of elven elites from the elven empire of Nareen had arrived, demanding to speak with the highest-ranking elven noble. The problem? New York doesn't have any elven nobility. The Adventurers Guild had been expanding, with Baruch leading as guildmaster. While the guild remained neutral, Philia had sent a message advising caution regarding how they handled political matters. Thalron rubbed his temple. The Elven Empire wouldn't bother with this place unless they wanted something. Grek nodded. That's my guess too. And the church? They're patient, but once they get their foot in the door, they never leave. Marcus clenched his jaw. New York had become a battlefield, just not the kind he was used to. The group headed to the war room, where Baruch, Yara, and other city leaders were already in discussion. Tensions ran high as arguments flew back and forth. Some wanted to expand the city's influence, believing alliances were necessary. Others warned that too much attention would eventually attract powerful enemies who saw New York as a threat. Baruch, as guildmaster, remained neutral, stating the guild's priority was keeping adventurers safe and ensuring the city thrived economically. Miran, the once chieftain now prime minister, spoke bluntly. The church is dangerous, but their healing magic is unmatched. The question is, can we afford to refuse them? Yara was immediately on edge. The church doesn't just set up temples, they take control. They offer help, but at a price that most can never pay back. Marcus crossed his arms. This wasn't just about New York anymore, this was about keeping their independence. Before a decision could be reached, two messengers entered the chamber. The first messenger was from the Church of Illidum. The Elven Empire of Nyrene has declared that the Church must have a presence in this city. If this request is denied, economic sanctions may be placed on New York. Marcus smirked. That's cute. Before the Church's envoy could say another word, the second messenger, wearing the Zinor Adventurers Guild insignia, stepped forward. The guild remains neutral, but Master Philia has advised caution. She understands how persistent the Elven Empire can be. She also understands New York doesn't have an elven nobility and strongly advises that Thalron lead negotiations. Marcus and Thalron exchanged a look. They're not working together, Thalron muttered. My mother is just trying to keep things peaceful. Miran smirked. Well, you and your friends have some decisions to make, but I'd advise you make them quickly. The elves don't like to be ignored. Marcus took a deep breath. We don't bow to anyone, but Thalron, you should meet with them. Vera frowned. Marcus, we're not accepting their demands, Marcus clarified, but we need to know what they're planning, and if we outright refuse, they'll make things difficult for us. Thalron sighed, nodding. Fine, I'll handle the meeting. Miran smirked. This should be fun. Let's see how well you negotiate, Shift Lord. The meeting chamber was a stark contrast to the bustling streets outside. It was a room of stone and authority, dimly lit by tall candles flickering in their iron sconces. The air was thick with a tension that no one acknowledged directly, but it settled over the gathering like an unspoken storm. At the center of the polished obsidian table, a map of New York had been carefully placed, its edges weighed down by ornate markers, symbolizing the key factions vying for control over the city's future. The elven delegation sat with the practiced elegance of rulers accustomed to power. Draped in fine silver-threaded robes, they moved with the grace of beings who believed themselves untouchable, their expressions a mask of polite detachment. Their skin gleamed like polished marble, their long ears adorned with delicate chains of platinum. Every movement, every glance was deliberate, a quiet, refined display of superiority. At the head of their delegation was Lord Cillian Valis of House Valis, a high-ranking noble from the Elven Empire of Nyrene. He was a man with razor-sharp cheekbones and piercing ice-blue eyes, eyes that flicked over Thalron as if he were barely worth registering. To his right sat Lady Elion Mevrin, her presence no less imposing despite her soft, almost lazy smile. Her fingers played idly with the stem of a crystal goblet filled with a deep, honeyed wine that she had requested upon arrival. She had not spoken much since entering the chamber, but the weight of her silent judgments filled the air like a blade just beneath the surface of silk. Across from them, Thalron, flanked by Miran and Yara, took his seat with measured ease. Marcus stood behind them, arms crossed, observing in silence. The conversation began smoothly, too smoothly, a series of shallow pleasantries exchanged over the state of New York's roads, its growing economy, the admirable effort of its leadership. It was all meaningless posturing, an elegant dance of words meant to establish dominance without stating it outright. Then the first insult landed. Lord Valis did not look directly at Thalron when he spoke, but rather slightly past him, as if speaking to an empty seat. We had expected to be greeted by a representative of the city's nobility, he mused, fingers laced together. His voice was smooth as glass, each syllable precisely measured. Yet I see we are speaking with— His lips barely twitched. A mixtum. The word dripped from his tongue like an afterthought, as if it held no more weight than commenting on the weather. Marcus's jaw tightened. That word feels nasty. Yara bristled, but Thalron did not react. His face remained impassive, unreadable. Miran, ever the blunt one, let out a low, amused grunt. And here I thought elves were supposed to be polite. Lady Mavrin let out a delicate laugh, not unkind, but utterly dismissive. Oh, but we are. Lord Valis is simply speaking plainly. If we are to discuss matters of governance, then it is only natural that we speak with those of proper standing. Her smile did not fade, even as she casually turned her goblet in her hand. watching the liquid swirl as if the conversation itself was no more pressing than a passing breeze. "You see," she continued, still not looking at Thalron directly, "our interest in New York is one of mutual benefit. But it is curious. A growing city, yet no established elven presence within its council. That is an oversight we wish to correct." Marcus caught the meaning immediately. They weren't here to negotiate, they were here to establish control, and they were dismissing Thalron outright. Thalron, however, remained calm, lifting his chin slightly. "Then let me clarify something, Lady Maverin." His voice was even, unshaken. "New York is a city built on independence. Unlike Nyreen, we do not recognize bloodline over capability. If the Empire wishes to open trade discussions, we are open to such talks. But if you believe you are here to dictate leadership, then I am afraid you have miscalculated." There was a beat of silence. Then Lord Valis let out a soft chuckle. "Ah, I see." His eyes glinted with something almost amused, as though he were indulging a child's boldness. "You misunderstand our intentions, Mixtum." Marcus unclenched his fists before he did something regrettable. Thalron, to his credit, did not let the insult touch him. He only smiled ever so slightly. "If that is the case, then allow me to be clearer," Thalron said smoothly, tilting his head. "New York has no noble houses because we do not need them. The people who govern this city earned their place, not through titles, but through action. So I would advise that if the Empire wishes to continue this conversation, they do so with the respect our people have earned." A pause, a dangerous pause. Lady Maverin took another slow sip of her wine, considering the words. Lord Valis, however, simply sighed as if mildly disappointed. "I suppose that is to be expected," he mused. "After all, one can only expect so much from those of mixed heritage." Marcus saw red. He had heard enough. Before he could open his mouth, Thalron gently tapped his fingers against the table, a subtle gesture of restraint. "Not yet." Marcus exhaled through his nose. The elves did not need to acknowledge Thalron to know they had lost control of the conversation, and Thalron knew it too. Still composed, he leaned forward slightly, offering a polite smile that did not reach his eyes. "I thank you for your time, Lord Valis, Lady Maverin. I suggest you take a moment to consider whether New York is a friend you wish to cultivate or a force you wish to provoke." The elves said nothing. Marcus, however, grinned. "He's better at this than I thought." But the real question still lingered. What did the Church truly want? Chapter 95. The Church's True Intentions. Chapter 95. The Church's True Intentions. With the elven envoys dismissed, and Thalron proving his ability to navigate their veiled insults, the focus now shifted to the Church of Elidum. Unlike the elves, who had dismissed New York as beneath them, the Church took a different approach, one of carefully veiled manipulation. They did not come as conquerors. They did not issue direct demands. Instead, they came as saviors, offering enlightenment and aid. But Marcus and Thalron weren't fools. They saw through the act. This wasn't about faith. This was about power, controlling New York's economy, influence, and most dangerously, the hearts of its people. The Church of Illidum's representatives arrived with methodical precision. 3 high-ranking clerics, clad in immaculate white robes with golden embroidery, moved with the air of people who expected the world to yield before them. Their presence alone carried a gravitational pull, demanding attention without words. At their lead was High Cleric Lysandra, an elven priest with silver hair and piercing ice-blue eyes. His gaze was sharp, assessing, but his voice carried an unwavering calm authority, the kind that did not ask. It dictated. Beside him stood Sister Celise, a younger priestess with an almost ethereal grace, her soft-spoken nature wrapped in a carefully crafted kindness that expected submission. Unlike the elven nobles, they acknowledged Thalron's presence, but it was measured, a recognition given not out of respect, but convenience. Lysandra stepped forward, his tone even and unhurried. "New York stands at the dawn of greatness," he began, his words a practiced melody, "and Illidum's light shines upon those who walk the righteous path. We come not as masters, but as guides, offering wisdom, healing, and salvation." Marcus folded his arms. "That so?" And what's the price of salvation these days? Lysandra's smile was patient, like that of a teacher indulging a wayward student. No price, only a partnership. Marcus didn't buy it for a second. The church offered what no one else could match, unrivaled healing magic. Their proposal seemed simple: the construction of a grand cathedral in New York, a place of worship and healing where anyone, adventurer, merchant, commoner, or noble, could seek aid free of charge. In exchange, the church would own the land upon which the cathedral stood. It would operate independently, answering only to Illidum's clergy, not New York's leaders. The city's spiritual well-being would fall under their guidance. They masked their demand as a gift. We seek only to serve. Illidum's light does not discriminate. A city without faith is a city without guidance. Lysandra's gaze never wavered as he turned toward Marcus. The world is changing, Marcus Elder. War is coming. Chaos spreads. New York stands strong today. But what of tomorrow? It was a subtle threat, dressed in concern and benevolence. Marcus knew a threat when he heard one. Baruch, now New York's guild headmaster, had been silent until now. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, unshaken. The guild is neutral, but we don't deal in illusions. His sharp gaze turned to Lysandra. What's your real price? Lysandra's expression remained neutral, but Marcus caught the barest flicker of something behind his eyes. The cleric was used to controlling conversations, not being confronted outright. Baruch continued, "We both know how this works. You come in as healers, as pillars of faith, but faith breeds dependence, and dependence breeds control." Lysandra let out a slow exhale, his smile measured, almost amused. "Faith does not control, my friend. Faith liberates." Baruch grunted. "That's one way to spin it." He turned to Marcus. "Your call, Shift Lord. Just know that once the church sets roots in our city, it will never be ours alone again." Marcus leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his expression unreadable as the silence stretched between them. Lysandra's offer was carefully wrapped in generosity, but the real power move had been laid bare. The church didn't need to conquer New York outright. They just needed a foothold, a place where they could establish themselves, grow their influence, and slowly weave their way into the city's foundation. If he outright rejected them, they would retaliate in subtle ways, turning merchants away, leveraging their alliances to squeeze trade, whispering doubt into the ears of the weak-willed. But if he accepted their offer unconditionally, then New York wouldn't be his city anymore. He needed a third option. Marcus glanced at Thalron, who had been watching Lysandra with a calculating gaze. They hadn't planned for this negotiation, but they didn't need to. They understood the game. Thalron spoke first, his voice calm and firm. "New York will accept healers from the Church of Illidum, but we will own the land your cathedral stands on." Lysandra didn't even blink. "Faith should not be constrained by mortal boundaries, Lord Thalron." "Then faith has nothing to fear from law," Thalron countered smoothly. "If your only goal is to heal and serve, then you should have no issue working under New York's jurisdiction." Lysandra's pleasant smile never wavered, but Marcus saw it then, the faintest tightening of his fingers, a nearly imperceptible shift in his posture, a flicker of irritation. The cleric's voice remained serene. "Our cathedral must be a place where the faithful may seek guidance freely, without restriction." Marcus saw where this was going. "You're saying that the moment we put laws around it, we restrict your faith?" Lysandra folded his hands in front of him, still exuding that unshakable patience. "Faith cannot flourish in chains." Marcus leaned forward, letting the weight of his presence press against the conversation. "You're standing in my city. Our city. The only laws that matter here are ours." The air grew heavier, the unspoken tension thick between them. Baruch, who had been quiet until now, chuckled. "I'd listen if I were you, priest. The guild sees a lot of cities rise and fall, and the ones that fall, they all had one thing in common." Lysandra turned his cool gaze toward him. "And what is that, guildmaster?" Baruch grinned, flashing his tusks. "They thought they were untouchable." The meaning was clear. Lysandra sighed softly, as if he were indulging children who simply didn't understand his wisdom. "A wise man does not reject a gift outright." He looked at Marcus. I believe, in time, you will see that Illidan's light is not a shackle, but a beacon." Marcus held his gaze, unflinching. The meeting ended with neither side backing down. Lysandre gave them a final bow, his motions practiced and elegant before he turned, his flowing white robes trailing behind him as he and his priests exited the chamber. But Marcus knew the truth. The church didn't need a yes today. They just needed the door to be left open. And now it was. After the meeting, Philia contacted Thalron via private correspondence. She wasn't pleased that the church had made a move, but she understood why Marcus played it cautiously. Her warning was simple. Lysandre does not need to take control. He only needs New York to accept the church's presence. Once they are seen as necessary, they will never leave. You must watch them, Thalron. They do not conquer cities with armies. They conquer them with faith, and faith is far harder to fight. Thalron took the warning very seriously. That night, Marcus sat alone on the battlements, overlooking New York. Vera joined him, handing him a drink. "You didn't turn them away," Marcus sighed. "I couldn't." Vera watched him for a long moment before smirking. "You sound like a real leader." Marcus chuckled, but his gaze remained distant. "That's what worries me." Chapter 96, A House Reclaimed. Chapter 96, A House Reclaimed. With the elven nobles and church's ambassadors dismissed, the war room of New York was dimly lit, a stark contrast to the growing city's bustling energy outside. The scent of parchment, ink, and burning candles lingered in the air as Marcus, Thalron, and Ragn gathered around a long wooden table, an expansive map of Nerine unfurled before them. Ragn, Marcus's former party member and New York's newly appointed spymaster, leaned forward, his sharp eyes scanning the intricate markings and shifting borders before tapping a dagger onto the capital city of Nerine. The blade struck with a soft thud, pinning the unstable future of the empire beneath cold steel. "Nerine is cracking," he said, his voice low and measured. "A new noble house, House Velan, has emerged, challenging the empire's power structure. The old houses don't like it, and the entire region is on the brink of internal conflict. Assassinations, mercenary skirmishes, political maneuvering. It's a bloodbath waiting to happen." The room fell into a hushed stillness, save for the distant hum of the city outside. Thalron's expression darkened, his fingers flexing against the edge of the table. His sharp green-gold eyes narrowed as he processed the information. House Velan? They were never major players before. Ragn nodded. They weren't. But with Nerine in turmoil, they're forcing their claim. If they succeed, the Empire's noble hierarchy shifts. And that creates an opening. Marcus, leaning against the table with his arms crossed, frowned. Opening for what exactly? Thalron exhaled, his gaze locked onto the map, but his mind was elsewhere. For me to restore my family's name. Marcus tilted his head, his brows furrowing in confusion. "Why would you want that? You and Philia seem to be doing fine outside of Nerine." Thalron's jaw tensed, his fingers pressing into the table's edge. "Fine isn't the same as justice, Marcus." Silence settled over the room, heavy and unspoken. When Thalron finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of years of exile, of battles fought in the shadows of his own history. "My mother was the last heir of House Kelcrest, one of the oldest noble lines in Nerine. When I was born, they erased us from history." Marcus's brows furrowed further. "Because you're half-dwarf," he said knowingly. A humorless chuckle left Thalron's lips. "Yes, because I'm half-dwarf." The words hung in the air, cold and immutable. "Nerine's nobility sees blood purity as power. My mother, Lady Philia Kelcrest, was supposed to secure a political marriage, strengthening ties between houses. Instead, she fell in love with my father, Quell." Marcus's expression shifted at the mention of the name. He straightened, his eyes flickering with recognition. "Yeah, the guild's blacksmith." Thalron gave a small nod, his voice quieter but no less intense. Before he was the most renowned craftsman in the Adventurers Guild and a master of enchanted forging, to the elves he was nothing, a commoner, a dwarf, and when they had me, a half-breed, I became a stain on my mother's legacy. Marcus's fists clenched at the injustice, his nails pressing into his palms. That's some next-level bullshit. Thalron smirked, but there was no humor in it. That's Nyreen. They revoked our titles, seized our lands, and declared House Kelcrest defunct. My mother and I were all but exiled. Marcus leaned back, rubbing his chin. And now you want back in? What's different this time? Thalron's green eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. House Valan is throwing everything into chaos. New noble houses are rarely accepted without resistance. This is our chance to forge alliances, break traditions, and carve out a new future. And because I want to restore my mother's name. A heavy silence followed. Marcus understood ambition, but this was bigger. This isn't just about a title, is it? Marcus finally asked. Thalron shook his head. It's about legacy. My mother gave up everything for love. She lost her status, her family, and her homeland. I want to honor her sacrifice. I want to show Nyreen that we're more than our bloodline. A low whistle broke the tension as Vera's voice cut through the quiet. She leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, golden eyes dancing with amusement. So let me get this straight. We're about to storm into Nyreen, kick over their noble hierarchy, and make a bunch of highborns very, very uncomfortable. Marcus smirked, his lips curling into something dangerously close to excitement. Seems that way. Vera chuckled, her usual sharp grin spreading across her face. I'm in. Arixa, seated at a nearby table, continued sharpening her warhammer, the rhythmic scrape of stone against steel punctuating her words. If this means I get to crack some rich skulls, count me in. Thalron looked at them all, his family, in all but blood. His mother had lost her house, her name, and her legacy. But standing before him were those who would fight to reclaim it by his side. With a slow, resolute nod, he said, "We leave at first light." The next morning, Marcus, Thalron, Vera, and Arixa stood at the main gate of New York. Their horses saddled, supplies packed. The city behind them was growing, thriving, but the road ahead led to something greater. Thalron adjusted his gauntlets, his gaze fixed on the horizon. For too long, his mother's legacy had been buried. That ended now. Marcus stepped up beside him, rolling his shoulders. You ready for this? Thalron smirked, his green eyes filled with purpose. I've been waiting my whole life. Vera, already mounted, gave them a smirk. Then let's stop wasting time. We've got nobles to piss off. Arixa swung herself onto her horse, adjusting the straps of her warhammer. Let's just hope they put up a fight. Otherwise, this is going to be real disappointing. Marcus exhaled, glancing at the open road, stretching far into the distance. Then let's go shake up an empire. The gates of New York swung open, and with it, their next adventure began. As they rode out, a soft breeze carried the scent of promise and danger. Marcus felt the familiar thrill of the unknown. Ahead lay Nyreen, a land steeped in tradition and prejudice, where bloodlines defined destiny. But Marcus and his companions were never ones to let the world dictate their fate. Thalron's mind was a storm of thoughts. He envisioned his family crest flying once more, his mother's legacy restored, and justice finally served. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, but with his friends by his side, he knew they could change more than just his family's fortunes. They could change the course of history. Chapter 97. The Divide. Chapter 97. The Divide. The road stretched endlessly ahead, its uneven stones cracked and worn by countless travelers before them. The landscape was dry, desolate, a vast expanse of wilderness that seemed to stretch forever. The wind was hot and dry, carrying dust across the road, making each breath feel heavy. The journey had been long, longer than Marcus had ever traveled before, but at least they were making better time than expected. Marcus adjusted his grip on the reins of his mount, rolling his shoulders. The past 14 days had settled into his bones, a dull ache that no amount of shifting in the saddle could fix. He exhaled, muttering, "If it weren't for Vera casting haste on these damn things, we'd still have a week left." Vera, riding just ahead, glanced back with a smirk. "You're welcome." Marcus groaned. "I don't remember thanking you." Vera shrugged. "You're not complaining either." Arixa, who rode beside them, chuckled as she adjusted the strap of her warhammer. I think he's just mad he didn't get to nap through half the trip. Marcus sighed, ignoring the comment. He wasn't going to deny it. The journey had been exhausting, but they had a destination in mind, and wasting time wasn't an option. Thalron, who had been silent for most of the morning, suddenly stiffened. "Stop," he ordered, his voice sharp. The group immediately froze, the air around them shifting from dry discomfort to something worse. Marcus tensed. Something was wrong. There was no sound, no distant calls of birds, no rustling of the sparse grass, no wind howling through the hills. Just silence. A shadow flickered at the edge of his vision, a breath of movement, a rustling in the tall, brittle grass. Marcus barely had time to register it before figures emerged from the hillside, stepping onto the road and surrounding them. The bandits, a dozen figures, clad in mismatched armor, worn leather and wielding rusted weapons, blocked their path. Their eyes were sunken, hollow with exhaustion. They were thin, too thin to be real threats. Marcus knew immediately. These weren't bandits. They didn't have the muscle of seasoned raiders. Their stances lacked the predatory confidence of true killers. They looked desperate. Among them, Marcus noticed a few elves, mixed in with mostly humans. Their expressions were strained, their fingers trembling against their weapons. Not with eagerness, but with fear. The leader stepped forward, his grip white-knuckled on the hilt of his sword. He was barely standing, his stance weak, his movement sluggish. He was starving. "Give us your supplies," the man rasped. His voice was hoarse from dehydration. Marcus exhaled through his nose. This wasn't going to be a fight. Before anyone could react, Thalron dismounted. "Stay here," he murmured to them, stepping forward without hesitation. The bandits tensed. Their weapons didn't raise, but they clung to them like lifelines, uncertain. Marcus watched as Thalron moved calmly, not a trace of hostility in his movements. He stepped to his mount, opened a saddlebag, and pulled out a small bundle of rations and a pouch of coin. Without a word, he held them out toward the bandit leader. The man froze. For a long, painful moment, he simply stared at the offering, his fingers twitching as if unsure if he should take it, as if expecting a trick. Then his knees buckled. He collapsed onto the dirt road, his sword falling from his grasp as he grabbed the food instead. His hands trembled violently as he clutched the bread, his lips parting in a choked sob. Then the others broke. Weapons clattered to the ground, forgotten. Starving hands reached out, not for gold, not for power, but for survival. Some fell to their knees, eating like men who hadn't had a real meal in weeks. A few wept silently, muttering prayers as they stuffed dry meat into their mouths. One of the elves, a woman barely older than Vera, looked up at Thalron with tear-filled eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice raw. "Thank you, my lord." Thalron turned away, his jaw clenched. He climbed back onto his mount, his expression unreadable, but his voice carried a weight none of them could ignore. "This is the price of nobility," he said quietly. Marcus looked around again, truly seeing the land for what it was. It was dying. Crumbling buildings, dried-up wells, roads with holes and cracks that had never been repaired. Fences that had fallen long ago, never rebuilt. Children watching from shadows, their faces gaunt with hunger. He had seen hardship before, he had seen war. But this was systematic, deliberate. Marcus exhaled. "What is this place?" Thalron tightened his grip on his reins, staring at the horizon. "Believe it or not, we're on the edge of elven lands." Marcus's head snapped toward him. "This is elven land?" Thalron nodded. "This is where they send the ones they deem lesser, half-breeds, those who can't afford to live in the capital, the workers, the merchants who failed. Pretty much anyone not high-born ends up here. It's too far from anywhere else to flee, and most can't afford to leave. So they stay, and they suffer." Marcus clenched his jaw. "If it weren't for you and Philia, I'd have the worst opinion of elves." Thalron chuckled bitterly. "That bad taste in your mouth?" Marcus nodded. "It's getting worse." And then the world changed. It started small. The cracked earth softened. The dead grass turned green. The road, once broken and worn, became smooth beneath their mounts. Marcus looked down, eyes narrowing. The road was shimmering. Vera slowed her horse, watching the transition. What the hell? Ahead of them, the slums faded into perfection. The poverty and suffering behind them were replaced with pristine fields, towering trees, and the scent of flowers on the wind. Then at last they saw it. Nireen. White marble walls, gleaming towers, massive silver-lined gates. It was a city of impossible beauty, and it was built on the suffering of those they had just passed. Marcus exhaled, his fists tightening. Let's get this over with. And with that, they rode toward the gates of Nireen. Chapter 98. Into the Lion's Den. Chapter 98. Into the Lion's Den. The road to Nireen stretched before them, a path paved in wealth and power. Every step closer to the heart of the Elven Empire revealed a land bathed in opulence, where even the dirt beneath their mounts seemed to shimmer under the afternoon sun. Marcus had been to many places since awakening in this world. Battlefields drenched in blood, cities teeming with life, and ruins swallowed by time. But nothing quite prepared him for the sheer excess that was Nireen. The roads, once cracked and dusty at the edges of elven lands, had transformed into pristine stonework, polished to an unnatural sheen. It was as if nature itself had been coerced into submission, bent to the will of the Empire. Marble columns lined the highways, engraved with flowing elven script that pulsed faintly with embedded mana. Trees, unnaturally symmetrical, stood in perfect alignment, their leaves glimmering under the soft enchantments that prevented decay. The world here was crafted, not grown. "This place doesn't feel real," Marcus muttered. "It's not," Thalron replied from beneath his hood. "Nireen is built on the illusion of perfection, a facade maintained at any cost." Arixa scoffed, resting her warhammer against her shoulder. "Looks fragile to me." Vera smirked, her golden eyes darting between the noble processions that passed them by. "That's the thing about glass palaces, they shatter beautifully." Ahead of them, Nireen's capital loomed, its towering spires stretching into the heavens, wrapped in strands of silver and gold that reflected the sunlight in cascading rays. The city was enormous, a masterpiece of elven architecture that defied nature itself. Suspended bridges arcing across the skyline, crystalline rivers weaving through the streets, their waters impossibly clear. The city's gates, however, were not so welcoming. The moment they arrived at the outer gates of Nireen, Imperial sentinels stepped forward. Unlike the common city guards Marcus had seen in Xenor or New York, these enforcers of elven law were clad in seamless silver plate, their helms adorned with elongated crests that made them look more like statues than men. Their weapons, thin, elegant blades pulsing with embedded mana, remained sheathed, but their presence alone carried an unspoken warning. "Halt!" The command came from their captain, Valtheris, a high-ranking officer with cold silver eyes that mirrored the armor he wore. His gaze flicked over the group, lingering on Marcus and Arixa with mild curiosity before narrowing at Thalron. Marcus noticed it instantly, the subtle tightening of the jaw, the faint curl of the lip. Valtheris knew exactly what Thalron was. "A group of foreign adventurers seeking entry," the captain remarked, his voice laced with barely concealed disdain. "State your business." Thalron dismounted with practiced grace, lowering his hood just enough to reveal his features. "We seek audience with those involved in the shifting power of Nireen." Valtheris's expression barely shifted, but the air grew heavier. The sentinels behind him tensed, their hands twitching toward their weapons. Marcus knew that kind of body language. This wasn't a simple checkpoint, it was a test. "You overestimate your station, Mixtum," Valtheris said smoothly, as if commenting on the weather. Marcus's fists clenched at the word, Mixtum. He'd heard it before, whispered by the elven nobles in New York, coated in scorn. A slur for half-bloods, for those who didn't fit the rigid mold of elven superiority. Thalron didn't react. He simply exhaled, his posture unshaken. "We are not here to cause trouble." "Unfortunate," Valtheris mused, tilting his head slightly, "because your mere presence is trouble." Vera cleared her throat loudly, stepping forward with a radiant smile. "Oh, come on now. Surely even the great city of Nireen allows travelers, no? Or does your illustrious capital fear the sight of foreigners?" Valtheris's eyes flicked to her, unamused. Arixa snorted. I think they're just scared one of us outsiders might break something. That did it. The sentinels shifted, stepping closer, their polished armor ringing softly with movement. Marcus prepared himself for violence, but Thalron raised a hand. We have no intention of disrupting Nireen's peace, he said, voice steady. We carry no banners, claim no allegiances. Valtheris studied him for a long moment before finally gesturing toward the gate. See that you don't. The gates opened, and as they passed through, Marcus caught the captain's final words, barely above a whisper. You should have stayed gone, half-breed. Marcus took a breath. It was going to be a long stay. As they walked the streets of Nireen, the weight of its rigid structure became more apparent. Unlike New York, where adventurers, traders, and warriors from all walks of life roamed freely, Nireen was organized to perfection. The streets were immaculate, untouched by dirt or common foot traffic. Elven nobility walked in carefully measured steps, their silk robes trailing behind them as if the wind itself bent to their presence. Floating platforms carried the most prestigious bloodlines above the common roads, ensuring they never walked among those beneath them. And despite all the beauty, Marcus had never felt more out of place. Not exactly welcoming, is it? He muttered. It's not meant to be, Thalron replied. Nireen wasn't built for outsiders. Even its own people are divided. As if to prove his point, a noble procession passed by, their carriages flanked by mercenary guards. The banners they bore were unfamiliar to Marcus, but Thalron recognized them instantly. House Valen. Marcus met his gaze. That's them. Thalron nodded. They aren't just making a claim. They're preparing for war. Whispers filled the air as they passed, rumors of failed assassinations, alliances forming in secret, and noble houses ready to crush House Valen before they could solidify power. Marcus exhaled. This wasn't just a city of luxury, it was a battlefield waiting to erupt. By the time they reached their destination, the weight of Nireen's watchful gaze pressed against them. Every step deeper into the city felt like walking across an unseen battlefield, where words were sharper than blades, and glances carried the weight of centuries-old grudges. The estate of Lord Darian Kelcrest lay within one of the oldest districts of Nireen, an area where the grandeur of noble lineage was preserved in the towering spires and pristine marble halls. However, while the neighboring estates gleamed with immaculate perfection, House Kelcrest's once proud manor stood in eerie silence. The sprawling estate bore the signs of neglect, not decay, for elves did not allow things to rot, but abandonment. The once pristine banners of House Kelcrest had long been removed, their sigil erased from public memory. The gardens, though still maintained, lacked the vibrancy of the surrounding noble estates. Even the cobblestone paths leading to the grand entrance felt less walked, as if those in power wished to pretend the house had never existed. Arixa snorted as she looked around. Not exactly the homecoming I expected. Vera hummed, tapping a gloved finger against her chin. They didn't just cast you out, Thalron. They made sure no one would even remember you. Marcus shot a look at Thalron, but his friend's expression remained unreadable. How's it feel being back? Thalron took a slow breath, his gaze sweeping over the estate. Like stepping into a past I never belonged to. The massive wooden doors creaked open, revealing a tall elven man with silver-streaked hair and piercing emerald eyes. His robes, though elegant, lacked the excess of many nobles they had passed. He held himself not as a man who wielded power, but one who understood its cost. Lord Darian Kelcrest. He studied Thalron for a long moment, his gaze lingering on the unmistakable mix of elven grace and dwarven resilience in his features. Then, with a sigh, he stepped aside. You are brave to return here, boy. Thalron's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Darian motioned for them to follow, leading them through the great halls of House Kelcrest, where faded portraits of elven ancestors watched in solemn judgment. The hall should have been filled with history, with stories of past victories and noble feats. Instead, it felt like a museum of forgotten ghosts. Finally, Darian led them to a sunlit chamber, where a long table was prepared with wine and food. He took his seat at the head, steepling his fingers. You should not have come. His tone wasn't cruel, merely resigned. Thalron sat across from him. And yet, here I am. Darian exhaled, shaking his head. The nobility of Nyreen have long memories, Thalron. They will not welcome you back. Your presence disrupts the order they have spent centuries crafting. Marcus leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. That's kind of the point. Darian smirked at that, though the amusement didn't reach his eyes. Even if you seek to carve a place here, you must understand what you're up against. Thalron met his gaze. House Valan has thrown the noble hierarchy into disarray. That means alliances must be made. I intend to reclaim my mother's house and forge something new. Darian studied him for a long moment before leaning back. Do you believe it will be that simple? Thalron shook his head. No. But I don't need it to be simple. I just need the opportunity. Darian tapped his fingers against the wooden surface. Opportunity comes at a price. Marcus frowned. There's always a damn price. Darian finally stood, walking toward the large stained glass windows that overlooked the courtyard. His voice was softer now. Your mother was beloved, Thalron. She was strong-willed, intelligent, and kind. Many admired her. But when she defied tradition, she was cast aside without hesitation. That is how this city operates. The nobles do not fear strength nor cunning. They fear change. Thalron's hands clenched into fists. Then it's time for change. Darian turned, his gaze unreadable. Very well. If you truly wish to claim a place in this city, then you must prove it. Not just with words, but with action. A tense silence stretched between them. Marcus leaned back. Let me guess, you've got some kind of ancient noble test we have to pass. Darian's lips curled into a faint smile. A duel. Vera groaned. Of course. Darian continued, his voice firm. Nyreen's noble duels are not mere displays of combat prowess. They are rituals of status, trials of legitimacy. If you want to be seen as more than an outsider, you must enter the rite of proving. A public duel where your skill, your heritage, and your right to be here will be judged. Thalron nodded. Who do I face? Darian's expression darkened. The White Blade. The room fell into stunned silence. Marcus narrowed his eyes. That name doesn't sound encouraging. Darian exhaled. Vilis Iltheron, a noble prodigy, undefeated in all formal duels. His combat ability is beyond reproach, and he is a staunch believer in Nyreen's traditions. If you want to get the attention of the powerful, then you must be at him, publicly. Arixa grinned, cracking her knuckles. Sounds like a challenge. Thalron exhaled. Fine, I'll face him. Darian's gaze hardened. This is not a simple test of strength. The rite of proving is a stage for nobles to determine your worth. It will not be fair. They will not fight with honor. Marcus smirked. Then neither will we. Darian sighed. I can have the duel set 3 days from now. If you win, the nobility will have to hear you out. He trailed off, letting the weight of those words settle in the air. Thalron met his gaze, unflinching. Then I won't lose. Darian studied him once more before nodding. Then prepare yourselves. The moment you step into that arena, you are not just fighting for yourself. You are fighting against the very foundation of this city. Marcus exhaled slowly, glancing at his companions. This was bigger than just a duel. This was their first strike against the rigid world of Nyreen's nobility. All right, Darian said with a sigh. Pick the two that will join you. There is a lot for you to learn before the duel. Chapter 99. The Game Before the Duel. Chapter 99. The Game Before the Duel. The hall of House Kelcrest was filled with candlelight, the flickering glow reflecting off polished marble floors and high-arched windows. At the center of the grand chamber, Lord Darian Kelcrest stood with arms crossed, his sharp gaze sweeping over Thalron, Marcus, Vera, and Arixa as they sat before him. Thalron exhaled, his fingers tapping against the armrest of his chair. 3 days, he muttered. Not a lot of time. Darian nodded. No, it isn't. But the rite of proving is not simply a duel. It is a performance. And to perform, you must first secure your place on the stage. His expression was unreadable, but the weight of his words carried a deeper warning. The duel will be set during a noble gathering, one of the Empire's famed social events, and you, Thalron, will not be invited. Marcus smirked. So we crash the party. Darian nodded. Precisely. Arixa grinned. Now that's more my style. Darian sighed. It's not that simple. The nobility of Nirene do not take well to unexpected guests. If you are to walk into this gathering uninvited, you must give them a reason to keep you there. He gestured toward the group. These social gatherings are where the elite boast and posture, where status is solidified through careful maneuvering. You will need to be more than just another face in the crowd. Marcus leaned forward. So what's the plan? We show up, impress the right people, and then Thalron throws down a challenge. Darian gave a small smirk. If only it were that easy. The elves favor settling disputes through duels, but they do not entertain challenges from just anyone. You must first be interesting enough for them to care. That means mingling, gaining their attention, and proving that your presence is worth acknowledging. Marcus folded his arms. Sounds fun, and way too easy. Thalron shook his head. It's not. Darian continued, his tone serious. This is where your minders come in. He gestured toward Marcus, Vera, and Arixa. You will need 2 companions who will attend the gathering with you, guiding you through the social expectations. Thalron frowned. Minders? Darian nodded. Powerful elves do not speak for themselves. Their influence is shown through those who represent them. He held up 2 fingers. Minder 1 will act as your voice, speaking on your behalf, navigating political conversation, and handling noble etiquette. He shifted his gaze. Minder 2 will be someone radiant, a presence that demands attention. Beauty, grace, and quiet strength are valued among the nobility. You must have a companion who draws eyes to you simply by standing at your side. Arixa furrowed her brows. You mean a trophy? Darian nodded once. That is how the nobles see it, yes. Marcus opened his mouth to object, but before he could speak, Stem's voice echoed in his mind. Marcus, I am well versed in elven culture and courtly interactions. You should volunteer for Minder 1. Marcus blinked. Huh. Vera raised an eyebrow. Huh, what? Marcus exhaled before raising his hand slightly. I'll do it. The room went silent. Thalron stared at him. You? Darian frowned. You understand that this role requires deep knowledge of elven customs and political maneuvering, correct? Marcus nodded. Yeah. His mind was already adjusting to the information Stem was feeding him, the intricacies of noble etiquette, the unspoken rules of conversation, the delicate balance of flattery and posturing. I can do it. Darian and Thalron exchanged glances, skeptical. Darian began a rapid series of questions, testing Marcus on proper greetings, noble hierarchy, and elven philosophy. Marcus answered each question flawlessly. The room grew tense as Marcus recited an ancient elven proverb perfectly, his tone calm, his words precise. Darian's eyes widened slightly. Thalron let out a slow breath. Vera smirked. Well, I'll be damned. Marcus shrugged. Told you. Darian chuckled. You continue to surprise me, Marcus Elder. He turned back to the group. Now, as for Minder 2, he barely had time to finish before Vera cut in. Oh, that's easy. Arixa. Arixa, who had been half listening, suddenly froze. What? Vera smirked. You heard me? Arixa scoffed. I'm not wearing some frilly noble dress. Vera's grin widened. Oh, but you could. She tilted her head, studying Arixa. With the right gown, you'd be stunning. You've got that whole feral warrior with a noble's blood thing going for you. It'll drive them insane. Arixa narrowed her eyes. I hate this. Thalron crossed his arms, smirking. You did say you owed me. Arixa groaned. Ancestors' grace, I don't like this. Vera nudged her. It's survival. You standing next to Thalron will make him seem intriguing. They'll want to know more. That's how we control the conversation. Arixa sighed heavily before nodding. Fine, but if anyone calls me radiant, I'm breaking their jaw. Darian chuckled. You'll fit right in. As the group absorbed the weight of the plan, the air in the chamber shifted. The playful jabs and casual remarks fell away, replaced by something more serious. The realization that the next few days would be more dangerous than any battlefield they had stepped onto before. Darian's expression turned sharp, his eyes settling on Vera. "Vera, don't worry, I have another task for you." Vera arched an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, and here I thought I was going to be left out of the festivities." Darian smirked but didn't share in her amusement. "You will work in the shadows." He folded his arms, stepping toward the center of the room, where the candlelight cast elongated shadows against the high walls. "There will be many attempts to discredit or disrupt Thalron's claim. You must uncover them before they can be acted upon." Vera's smirk widened, the glint in her golden eyes flashing with mischief and something more dangerous, anticipation. "Now that is something I can work with." She leaned back against a marble column, already running through the possibilities in her mind. The elven court was a nest of vipers, whispered schemes, secret alliances, and assassins hidden beneath silken robes. For all their wealth and grace, elves had an uncanny ability to gut their enemies without ever drawing a blade. Vera hadn't spent much of her life navigating dangerous social landscapes, but she was a natural when it came to knowing how to slip into conversations unnoticed, how to extract information from the most stubborn of tongues, and, most importantly, how to make herself disappear when the time came. She would not play the part of a noble, nor would she need to. Vera gave Darian a lazy salute. "Consider it handled. Any leads?" Darian's gaze flicked toward a map of Nirene displayed on the far wall, his fingers tracing a path toward the noble districts. "House Mavren and House Ulthar have the most to lose if House Valen secures its claim. They will not want Thalron complicating the balance." Marcus, leaning against the table, tilted his head. "Let me guess. House Mavren's got the gold and Ulthar's got the muscle?" Darian nodded. "Exactly. One will try to silence Thalron through influence, the other through force. You'll need to anticipate both." Vera grinned. "Sabotage, blackmail, political maneuvering. Gods, I love this game." Thalron shot her a look. "This isn't a game." Vera's smirk faded. "Sorry, Thal, I promise I'm taking this seriously." She pushed off the column and stretched, already eager to get started. "I'll start making contacts. Information is best gathered when the right people think you're just a passing whisper." Darian studied her for a long moment before nodding. "Then go. We have 3 days, and we need to be ahead of their moves before the gathering even begins." "Be careful," Vera Marcus said, with a tinge of concern. "I may be a mage, but I picked up a thing or two during the months I spent with Ragni." Vera gave a mock bow before turning on her heel. The hunt had begun. The room grew quieter as Darian shifted his attention fully to Thalron. The noble's gaze was thoughtful, but edged with a quiet intensity. "Thalron," he said, "you will be at a disadvantage the moment you step into that gathering. It is important that you do not break under the insults. There will be many." Thalron's jaw tensed, but he nodded. "I can endure them. My mother's training goes beyond swordplay." Darian's expression darkened slightly, his eyes narrowing. Enduring is one thing, surviving is another. The words settled over the room like a challenge. Thalron inhaled slowly, his fingers clenching at his sides. For years he watched as his mother forced herself to endure the sneers, the dismissals, the mockery. She had taught him that simply standing strong against it was enough. But Darian was right. Simply enduring would not be enough here. Marcus, watching the exchange, finally spoke. "So tell me, Darian, what exactly do we have that will get these nobles' attention?" Darian studied him. "A noble house re-establishing itself after exile is not enough to warrant interest. Not unless you bring something powerful to the table." Marcus smirked. "We defeated the Thane of Zenor and his army and built a city." A silence followed his words, stretching out as Darian's expression shifted. His hand came up to rub his temples, a long sigh escaping him. "So the rumors were true." Thalron arched an eyebrow. "You heard about that?" Darian gave a dry laugh. "Everyone in the Empire has heard about that." He leaned back against the edge of the table, his eyes narrowing. Yes, that will get their attention. The nobility thrives on spectacle, on grand stories that set them apart. Arixa crossed her arms. So we just walk in and flex? Darian shook his head. No. You walk in and make them want to hear your story. You make them listen, not because you demand it, but because they cannot help but be drawn to it. Marcus exhaled, exchanging glances with Thalron and Arixa. Darian straightened, his tone firm and final. We have little time to prepare. There are dances to learn, clothing to select, and noble traditions to refine. Welcome to the most dangerous battlefield in Nyreen. Thalron smirked, rolling his shoulders. We've never backed down from a fight before. Let's get to work. Chapter 100. The Refinement of a Noble. Chapter 100. The Refinement of a Noble. The estate of House Kelcrest was alive with movement. Servants flitted through the halls, arranging silken garments, preparing ceremonial armor, and ensuring every detail was accounted for in the lead-up to the grand social gathering. Yet, within one of the estate's many polished chambers, an entirely different kind of preparation was taking place. A noble must not only speak with grace, but move with it. Darian's voice carried across the grand chamber, where Marcus, Arixa, and Thalron stood before him. The marble floor shimmered beneath the candlelight, polished to perfection, while the faint notes of a traditional elven waltz echoed from enchanted instruments set in the corners of the room. Marcus and Arixa exchanged glances. A good entrance is everything, Darian continued. The social gathering is a battlefield in its own right, and you must be able to navigate it. A noble who cannot move with poise is a noble who is dismissed before they even speak. Arixa groaned, crossing her arms. Dancing's useless. I don't need to prance around a ballroom to prove my strength. Thalron smirked. I've seen you fight. This is your opportunity to learn how to move your feet, as well as you move your hammer. Marcus, however, was already in position, mirroring Darian's stance. You first, Marcus, Darian instructed, stepping forward in a precise rhythm, his movements refined and deliberate. Marcus watched carefully, then copied effortlessly, his footwork light and natural as he moved with the same calculated grace. Thalron blinked. You're actually good at this? Marcus flashed a smirk, keeping his steps fluid. A good boxer needs balance, coordination and rhythm. This isn't much different. Arixa scoffed, arms still crossed. Show off. Marcus twirled expertly, shifting seamlessly into a secondary motion before grinning at Arixa. Come on, your turn. She scowled but stepped up beside Thalron. The moment Thalron led the first step, Arixa accidentally stomped his foot, a loud thud echoing through the chamber. By the gods, Arixa! Thalron barely held in a wince. I'm half Minotaur and Centaur, she grumbled. Grace isn't exactly in my bloodline. Marcus chuckled. Try moving with the music instead of trying to crush your partner. Arixa gritted her teeth, but begrudgingly followed the steps again. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. Hours later, Marcus and Arixa found themselves in one of the estate's private dressing chambers, where rows of opulent elven attire awaited them. Marcus adjusted his coat, running a hand along the gold thread embroidery woven into the deep navy fabric. The tailored noble attire felt foreign, yet it suited him well, a sharp contrast to his usual battle-worn armor and simple clothing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Arixa was actively fighting off Thalron, who was attempting to apply makeup to enhance her already striking features. Stop squirming, Thalron muttered, holding a delicate brush. I just have to perform a few color swatches to see which one matches your skin tone. If you even touch my face with that… Arixa, Thalron sighed. It's just a small enhancement. The nobles expect it. They can expect to get their teeth knocked in, she snapped. Marcus, watching from the mirror, smirked. You'd rather go into this without looking your best. We need to make a statement, remember? Arixa groaned, but reluctantly sat still just long enough for Thalron to finish. There, Thalron stepped back, arms crossed. Now you look like you belong in Nyreen. Arixa muttered under her breath but didn't argue further. With only a day left before the gathering, Marcus and Arixa stood in the training courtyard, facing off against Thalron, while Darian watched critically. Your preparation must go beyond words and etiquette, Darian said. You must be ready for anything. The white blade is nearly twice your level, Thalron, and his mastery of Kai will push you to your limits. Marcus smirked, cracking his knuckles. Let's see if you can handle the both of us, then. Arixa grinned, already shifting into a fighting stance. Thalron exhaled before raising his weapon. Come, then. Arixa lunged first, her raw strength forcing Thalron to sidestep at the last second, dodging just as Marcus followed up with a rapid punch. The clash was intense, the courtyard filled with the sharp sound of metal, the thud of feet against stone, and the occasional grunt of exertion. Darian watched closely, nodding as Thalron adapted to the combined assault. Better, he mused, but not enough. The white blade will not fight fair. Expect the unexpected. After nearly an hour of brutal sparring, Darian called it. That will do. Rest while you can. Tomorrow the true test begins. The evening of the gathering arrived. The House Kelcrest estate had been meticulously prepared. In the courtyard, opulent carriages lined up, their silver exteriors gleaming under the setting sun. Marcus adjusted his cuffs, his expression composed yet sharp. Well, no turning back now. Thalron, clad in his refined noble attire, took a deep breath. Indeed. Then the chamber doors opened and Arixa stepped forward. The room fell silent. She was stunning. Arixa, dressed in a deep crimson gown with gold-trimmed embroidery, was a striking figure. Her scarlet hair, usually wild, had been styled into intricate braids woven into a regal cascade. Her fierce red eyes, normally filled with battle lust, now held a quiet intensity. For the first time, Marcus and Thalron were speechless. Arixa narrowed her eyes at Thalron's lingering gaze. You gonna keep staring, or are we leaving? Thalron, for once, was completely caught off guard. Marcus smirked, tilting his head. Gotta admit, Arixa, you clean up real nice. Arixa scoffed before lightly punching Thalron in the gut, snapping him out of his trance. Don't get used to it. Thalron coughed, rubbing his side, but said nothing. Darian stepped forward, his expression serious. This is it. Keep your composure, play the game well, and do not let them dictate your worth. This is your chance, Thalron. Marcus exhaled, glancing at the distant gates of Nyreen. Time to crash a party. And with that, they stepped into the carriage, ready to enter the lion's den. Chapter 1. 101. The party has arrived. Chapter 101. The party has arrived. The ride through Nyreen's gleaming streets was quiet, but the silence was anything but comfortable. The city's pristine marble pathways and enchanted lamplights glowed softly, illuminating the towering structures that stretched toward the sky. Floating bridges of silver and glass, perfectly sculpted gardens that bloomed with unnaturally vivid colors, and the ever-present hum of mana-infused architecture. It was a land of meticulous beauty, a realm untouched by anything as crude as disorder. Yet within the carriage, tension sat thick in the air. Thalron sat unusually stiff, his fingers clenched in his lap, his gaze distant as they neared the noble district. The grandeur outside meant nothing to him. It was a past that had rejected him, a world that had cast him aside like a broken chess piece. Now he was forcing himself back onto the board. Arixa, playing her part as his poised companion, glanced at him and rolled her eyes. Breathe, Thalron. You're acting like you're marching to your own execution. Thalron exhaled, shaking his head. I might as well be. Marcus, on the other hand, was having the time of his life. He lounged against the plush seat, adjusting his gold-trimmed navy attire, a smirk tugging at his lips. The luxury of the ride, the anticipation of the grand entrance, it reminded him of something from before. This feels like a limo ride, he mused absent-mindedly. Thalron and Arixa turned to him, puzzled. What's a limo? Marcus blinked. Damn it. Nothing, he said quickly, clearing his throat. Just an old expression. Before they could question him further, the carriage slowed to a stop. A hush fell over the gathered nobility as the arrival of House Kelcrest's carriage was announced. Elven heads turned. Marcus's smirk widened. So this is what a red carpet must feel like. The murmurs began immediately, low, curious, scandalized. From inside the carriage, Thalron's name rippled through the crowd like a whispered curse. The name Kelcrest was one that had long been stripped from noble circles, and now it had returned, paraded in full view. A hand on his shoulder snapped Marcus out of his inner monologue. "Marcus!" Thalron gestured toward the door. Marcus straightened, schooling his features into something regal as he swiftly exited the carriage and turned to hold the door open for Thalron. As Thalron stepped out, the murmurs grew louder. A half-elf, a dwarf's son, and yet he carried himself like nobility, his posture unshaken, his expression unreadable. The seal of the defunct House Kelcrest was pinned boldly to his lapel, a silent declaration that he was not hiding. The whispers hissed like venomous serpents. "Half-blood. Kelcrest has no claim here. This is an insult." Thalron ignored them all, turning gracefully to open the carriage door once more. The moment Arixa stepped out, the air shifted. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Dressed in crimson and gold, her braided hair catching the firelight, Arixa was nothing like the fragile beauties that adorned noble courts. She was something untamed, something dangerous, a warrior sculpted into elegance, and she played her role flawlessly. With a grace that shocked even Marcus, she bowed before the gathered nobility, her movements precise, controlled. The spectacle left the crowd stunned, caught between outrage and fascination. Marcus grinned. Perfect. Stepping forward, he led them through the sea of murmuring nobles, weaving through the ever-growing whispers and glances like a man who had been born for this stage. As they approached the entrance of the grand ballroom, Marcus's keen eyes caught movement in the crowd. A familiar glint of golden eyes. Vera. Dressed in shadowy silks, she blended seamlessly into the nobility, but her mischievous smirk and quick wink told Marcus everything he needed to know. She was already at work. Then, just as suddenly, she was gone, disappearing into the throngs of spectators. Before Marcus could process further, two armored figures blocked their path. The ornate guards, dressed in gleaming ceremonial armor, crossed their spears, their polished silver etched with arcane runes. Their expressions radiated disapproval, their postures stiff with indignation. Nobles only. Their voices were practiced, slow and oozing with elitism. House Kelcrest no longer exists. Commoners are not invited to a noble's affair. Marcus felt stems stir within his mind. Be direct, be firm. They only respect authority. Marcus stepped forward, his voice dripping with righteous indignation. You would dare deny entry to the breaker of the Thane, the manor storm of battle, the warriors who defeated Xenor's army and forged a city from nothing. The crowd's murmurs grew louder. The guards hesitated. Before they could reply, a smooth, amused voice from inside the ballroom cut through the tension. Let them in. A mysterious figure, lounging against a marble pillar, waved the guards aside with a lazy flick of the wrist. The guards grimaced but obeyed, stepping aside. Marcus gave a satisfied smirk, straightened his cuffs, and strode through the entrance with Thalron and Arixa in tow. The grand ballroom was breathtaking. Enchanted chandeliers cast a soft golden glow, their light refracting off crystal pillars that lined the immense hall. The floor was a mosaic of silver and obsidian, patterned in intricate elven runes that shimmered faintly. Noble elves drifted like ghosts, their silken robes flowing as they danced, conversed, and maneuvered through the web of political intrigue. And at the center of it all, dozens of eyes turned toward them. They had captured the attention of Nireen's nobility. Stem's voice whispered once more in Marcus's mind. Now, make an entrance. Marcus stepped forward, his poise carrying the perfect blend of authority and intrigue. Marcus cleared his throat and, with flawless elven precision, delivered an introduction for Thalron, his words laced with eloquence and reverence, the kind that left no room for dismissal. The nobles watched, some intrigued, some disgusted, but none looking away. The murmurs in the ballroom quieted as he spoke, his words cutting through the tension like a blade. Lords and ladies of Nireen, we thank you for your gracious hospitality. However unexpected our presence may be, I stand before you not as a noble, nor as one bound by tradition, but as the voice of a man who has earned his place through steel, strategy, and resilience. A man whose name may have been erased, but whose legacy refuses to be forgotten. You may call him a half-blood, an exile, a defunct, but soon you will call him something else. Marcus let the silence settle, allowing the weight of his words to sink in before finishing with a knowing smirk. Relevant. A quiet applaud crescendoed through the grand ballroom as Marcus finished his speech. Good one, Thalron said with a smirk. As they moved toward a quieter section of the ballroom, Marcus exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he surveyed the sea of noble elves around them. Their arrival had already sent ripples through the evening's carefully curated social waters, but now they needed to decide how to turn those ripples into waves. All right, what's the plan? Marcus asked, keeping his voice casual despite the weight of the question. Thalron's gaze was already scanning the grand chamber, taking in the clusters of nobles engaged in hushed conversations, the subtle shifts of alliances forming in real time. He observed the gilded sigils embroidered onto flowing robes, the house crests carved into wine goblets, and the deliberate way nobles positioned themselves, who was at the center of attention and who was lurking in the shadows. House Mavren, House Ulthar, and a few of the other major families are all here, he murmured, nodding subtly toward their gathering points. Ulthar, as expected, is posturing near the High Lord's table. Mavren has drawn several interested parties, likely strategizing their next move. His brows furrowed slightly as his eyes continued scanning the room. But House Valan, the one making the biggest bid for power, isn't here. Arixa arched a brow. The house trying to force its way into the noble hierarchy? Shouldn't they be the first ones to make a show of presence? They should, Thalron said, frowning, which means either they were denied an invitation or they planned something bigger. As if on cue, the grand set of double doors swung open. The music didn't stop, the elegant dancers didn't stumble, and yet the air shifted. A ripple of genuine shock passed through the gathered nobles. Gasps, murmurs, and a few hushed curses spread as House Valan entered. And they did not enter subtly. Draped in bold scarlet and obsidian attire, their retinue strode forward with unapologetic confidence, as though the weight of tradition meant nothing to them. Their head of house, a striking elven lord with golden-brown skin and sharp emerald eyes, led the way, his cloak trimmed with the same black and red insignia that marked his noble lineage. By all accounts, they should not have been here, and yet here they were, standing at the center of the storm they had chosen to walk into. The audacity, a nearby noble whispered, her voice a mix of awe and outrage. Brazen, another scoffed, swirling his goblet with irritation, to arrive unannounced and expect to be treated as equals. Arixa snorted, I already like them. Marcus couldn't help but grin. Gotta respect the nerve. Thalron, however, was quiet, watching the reactions with a strategist's eye. They just turned the entire gathering into their stage, he murmured. House Valan is forcing the nobility to acknowledge them. If they had been invited, they would have been treated as lesser, outsiders grasping at legitimacy. But by inviting themselves, they're forcing the nobility to make a move. Either the other houses openly reject them, making themselves look hostile and afraid of change, or they tolerate their presence and set a precedent that they can no longer be ignored. A calculated risk, and a brilliant one. Marcus leaned slightly toward Thalron. Sounds like you've just found your kind of people. Thalron nodded slowly. We need to gain an audience with either one of the houses, which means we now have a decision to make. We have two paths, Thalron said, mind already calculating the best course of action. House Valan, he continued, is a rising power, unafraid to challenge tradition. They're ambitious, adaptable, and willing to push boundaries. If they gain a foothold in the noble hierarchy, they could be molded into allies, a force that could shift the tides in our favor. The risk, they're still fighting an uphill battle. If they lose their bid for power, then any alliance with them would crumble, and we would go down with them. Thalron paused, then continued his assessment. House Ulthar. The old guard, entrenched in wealth and influence. Their resources are unmatched. Their grip on noble society is ironclad. A partnership with them could grant us instant legitimacy and access to power that few could dream of. The risk? They are staunch elven supremacists. They are deeply opposed to anything that disrupts their worldview. Me, being a half-blood, would never be seen as an equal, only as a tool to be used and discarded when convenient. Arixa crossed her arms, her sharp gaze flicking between the two factions. I don't see the point. All elves are supremacists. If we help one or the other, why would they ever help you restore House Kelcrest? Thalron's eyes darkened, but his voice was steady. The noble houses operate on debts and leverage, not friendships. If we offer them something invaluable, they will owe us, whether they like it or not. And a noble who refuses to repay a debt, that's a weakness they cannot afford. An elf always repays their debts. Marcus exhaled. That sounds less like reassurance and more like a gamble. Thalron smirked. It's both. The room was still watching, the dance of power shifting every second. Their move was next, and they were about to make a scene. Chapter 102. A Dangerous Game. Chapter 102. A Dangerous Game. Vera moved through the clusters of nobles with a dancer's ease, listening more than she spoke. The evening had already begun to shift from its carefully planned balance. House Kelcrest's arrival had caused ripples. House Valan's audacious entrance had caused waves. And in the delicate game of power, ripples and waves were dangerous things. Vira let her eyes drift, cataloguing the faces, the subtle movements. Some nobles remained poised, their training too perfect to allow visible reaction. Others whispered behind their gilded fans, stolen glances betraying their concern. But House Ulthar? They weren't whispering. They were watching. Vera kept her distance, gliding toward the edges of the ballroom where the lesser nobility lingered. The ones too far from power to influence the game, but close enough to see the pieces move. The best place for information. A goblet of wine in her hand, she listened. House Ulthar had expected this night to go one way, and it had gone entirely another. The whispers around her painted a picture. They had been backing another faction. They had planned to discredit House Valan. They had contacts in Xenor, figures once aligned with Thane Vulgaris. That's interesting. A piece slid into place in Vera's mind. Ulthar's ties to the Thane, that was leverage. That was something Thalron could use. But to confirm it, she needed something more concrete. A lone noble left one of Ulthar's private discussions. A minor lord. Someone who had clearly just been given orders. Vera didn't hesitate. She moved without moving, seamlessly falling into step a few paces behind him, her expression placid, gaze seemingly unfocused as if lost in thought. But her ears caught every breath, every shift of his posture. The noble veered toward the outer halls, away from the main ballroom. Vera followed at a safe distance, just long enough to confirm what she needed. He handed off a sealed note to a servant. She caught the crest, Ulthar's sigil. Vera exhaled slowly. That'll do. The ballroom was alive with murmurs, a symphony of whispered intrigue playing beneath the grand chandeliers. House Valan's entrance had shattered the evening's carefully orchestrated atmosphere, and now the nobility of Nyreen was left scrambling to recover their composure. Eyes flickered across the gathering, assessing, recalculating, and, most importantly, deciding which way the winds of power would blow. For Thalron, this was the moment that would determine everything. He had expected resistance, perhaps even outright rejection. But as he scanned the sea of finely dressed aristocrats, something more dangerous loomed in the air: curiosity. They were watching him, waiting. Marcus, standing just behind Thalron, could feel the weight of the moment pressing down like an unseen force. The nobles were circling, not physically, but with their words, their gazes. This was a battlefield without weapons, and their opponents wielded status instead of steel. I don't like the way Ulthar is watching us, Marcus muttered under his breath, his sharp eyes locking onto a group of impeccably dressed elves gathered near the High Lord's table. Their expressions were unreadable, but their posture spoke volumes, rigid, calculated, and unimpressed. They're waiting, Thalron said quietly, keeping his gaze forward, seeing if we'll stumble. Arixa scoffed. Then let's not disappoint them. She was already playing her role well. Every step she took exuded confidence, her crimson gown trailing behind her like a war banner. She was an anomaly here, a figure too strong, too raw for the delicately balanced facade of elven nobility. And yet, the fact that she was here made her impossible to ignore. "She's quite stunning," Vera said, seemingly appearing from thin air. Thalron and Marcus hid their shock. "You have something for us, Vera?" Thalron asked, looking away, an attempt to keep her involvement with the trio inconspicuous. Vera slipped Thalron a note and slipped back into the party. Thalron briefly glanced at the note. "Interesting." "What is it?" Marcus asked curiously. Vera found evidence linking House Ulthar to Thane Vulgaris. Thalron continued, "Several figures in House Vulgaris were contacted for aid. They left the Thane to fend for himself." Thalron put the note away and gave Marcus a small nod. It was time to make their move. Marcus took a single step forward, ensuring that all eyes remained on them. Then, clearing his throat, he let his voice carry. "A fascinating evening," he said smoothly, his tone carrying just the right amount of amusement. "Rarely does one get the privilege of witnessing history in motion." A ripple of reaction spread through the nobles. Some turned with polite curiosity, others barely concealed their disdain. But Marcus had already planted the seed. The idea that something significant was happening tonight, whether they liked it or not. And then House Valan moved. From across the room, Lord Sylvan Valan, a tall elf with golden-brown skin and sharp emerald eyes, strode toward them. His movements were unhurried, exuding a confidence that suggested he knew exactly what he was doing. "For someone without noble blood, you have quite the tongue," Sylvan mused, amusement flickering behind his gaze. "I do hope you intend to back those words with action." Thalron stepped forward, meeting Lord Sylvan's gaze without hesitation. "Thalron Kelcrest," he said evenly, letting the name settle over the gathered crowd like a challenge. A pause, then a soft chuckle. "Rightful heir to a name that no longer exists," Sylvan remarked, his smirk sharp. "That is a bold claim." Marcus could feel the room watching, waiting for Thalron to fumble. He didn't. "House Kelcrest was removed from the records," Thalron said calmly, "but history has a way of remembering what it chooses to forget." He took a slow step forward, keeping his voice steady, "and history favors those willing to shape it." Sylvan's smile lingered. He was enjoying this, but not everyone in the room was. A sharp voice cut through the gathering. "Ah, Kelcrest. I had almost forgotten that name, though I see some memories linger longer than they should." Marcus turned, his jaw tightening. A noble dressed in fine silver and blue, House Ulthar, had stepped forward, his expression one of pure, unfiltered disdain. The murmur in the room changed. It wasn't just curiosity anymore, it was anticipation. The insult wasn't subtle. It was meant to remind everyone that no matter how well Thalron carried himself, he was still lesser in their eyes. Marcus didn't hesitate. He stepped in, his voice measured but cutting. "Funny. I recall that in the last great battle, it wasn't pure blood that won the day, but the strength of those who knew how to fight." He let the words hang before adding, "Remind me, what was House Ulthar doing when Xenor's forces fell?" A few nobles laughed softly, hidden behind their goblets. Others merely watched, but Marcus could see it. A crack in Ulthar's composure. The noble from House Ulthar narrowed his eyes. "You presume much, commoner." "And yet, here I stand," Marcus said, his smirk never faltering. The tension was palpable. It could have escalated further. But Lord Sylvan chose that moment to chuckle, diffusing the situation before it could become a full-blown scandal. "Well, well," he said, stepping between the two sides. "It seems the evening has become far more entertaining than anticipated." He turned back to Thalron, extending a gloved hand. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere more private." House Valan was offering a meeting, a test, a negotiation, a trap. Marcus exhaled quietly, his mind already working through the possibilities. Thalron gave a slow nod. "Lead the way." Chapter 103. The stage is set. Chapter 103. The stage is set. The tension in the ballroom thickened. House Veylan's entrance had already shattered the evening's carefully orchestrated balance, throwing the noble elites of Nerine into a silent frenzy of recalculations and whispered plots. But as Marcus, Thalron, and Arixa made their way toward their private meeting with Lord Sylvain Veylan, the weight of unseen forces pressing against them became unmistakable. The nobles were watching, waiting. Whispers flickered through the grand hall, slipping through silken masks and behind jeweled goblets. House Ulthar had not remained silent. And when House Ulthar acted, it was never subtle. Marcus caught snippets of hushed conversations as they passed through the murmuring crowds. A formal challenge. Public duel. The White Blade. Kelcrest's bastard doesn't stand a chance. Then a voice rang out. A voice trained to be heard above the hum of courtly gatherings, crisp as steel unsheathing. Let it be known. The crowd shifted, parting to make way for a herald adorned in silver and blue, the unmistakable colors of House Ulthar. The proclamation was about to be made official. By the decree of House Ulthar, the noble duel has been invoked. Vilis Iltheron, the White Blade of Nerine, has declared his challenge, and his opponent. The herald paused deliberately, allowing the tension to twist into something unbearable. Is Thalron of House Kelcrest? Silence, then an eruption of scandalized murmurs. Marcus, walking just behind Thalron, felt the air shift. This was no ordinary duel. This was a message, a carefully calculated strike meant to remind everyone of Nyrene's rigid structure, to put an end to this farce before it could gain traction. Thalron's expression remained unreadable, but Marcus could see the stiffness in his shoulders. This was more than a simple fight. This was a public execution wrapped in ceremony. The herald continued, voice unwavering. The terms are set. The right of proving shall be held one moon's rise. The challenger stands accused of laying claim to a name that has long since been erased from noble records. If he seeks to prove himself, let him do so on the battlefield. If he fails, House Kelcrest remains dust, and the mistake of its bloodline is corrected. It was a mockery of justice, and everyone in the room knew it. Marcus glanced at Arixa, who looked ready to snap the nearest noble's neck. He put a hand on her arm, grounding her before she could cause a scene. This wasn't the time to lash out, not yet. Thalron exhaled slowly. They're not even pretending this is fair. No, Marcus muttered, because they don't need to. The White Blade's reputation does all the talking for them. Vilis Iltheron, a name that carried weight, twice Thalron's level, a master of Kai, and a noble prodigy trained since birth to be the perfect duelist. His moniker, the White Blade, wasn't for show. His swordsmanship was said to be as flawless as carved marble, untouched by hesitation or weakness. This wasn't a duel. This was a display. Arixa scoffed. They think this'll scare us off. Marcus shook his head. No, they think it'll crush us. The herald's proclamation ended, and the nobles erupted into quiet discussions. No one approached. No one offered condolences or mock congratulations. They were already treating House Kelcrest as a walking corpse. Without a word, Thalron turned and resumed their path toward their meeting with House Veylan. But now the stakes had changed. The private chamber Lord Sylvain Veylan had claimed for the evening was a stark contrast to the grand ballroom's glowing opulence. Dark wood paneling, rich red drapes, and a long table set with fine elven wines and delicacies created a sense of quiet power. Not the soft power of old money, but the sharp, hungry ambition of a house on the rise. Sylvain himself lounged at the far end of the table, his emerald eyes watching their entrance with amusement. He did not stand, nor did he offer the customary formalities of noble greeting. Instead, he simply smiled and gestured toward the empty seats. Sit, he said, voice smooth as silk. We have much to discuss. Marcus, Thalron, and Arixa took their seats. The silence stretched for a beat before Sylvain finally spoke again. Well, well, House Ulthar moves faster than I expected, he mused, pouring himself a goblet of deep red wine. They must be truly desperate if they're willing to pull the White Blade into play so openly. Thalron's expression remained neutral. Desperate? Oh yes. Sylvan leaned forward, smirking. They wouldn't bother with such theatrics unless they felt threatened. You've already made them uncomfortable. Marcus raised a brow. That's an awfully optimistic read on what looks like an execution order. Sylvan chuckled. Perhaps. But the fact remains, House Ulthar has played their hand, and that gives us an opportunity. He tapped a slender finger against the polished table. The duel is unavoidable, but the outcome? That depends on how much weight we're willing to put behind you. Thalron met his gaze evenly. So you're offering support? Sylvan tilted his head. Not quite. I'm offering a test. A pause. Then his smile widened. If you survive this duel, win or lose, I will personally vouch for your return to noble standing. Thalron frowned. And if I win? Then, Sylvan said, swirling his wine, House Valan will make sure you don't just exist in noble circles. We will ensure you thrive. Arixa's eyes narrowed. And what's in it for you? Sylvan grinned. Simple. Chaos. He gestured around the room. This city runs on stagnation, traditions strangling any real progress. But a fallen house clawing its way back from the ashes. That is the kind of disruption that can shift the tides. And House Valan thrives on disruption. Thalron studied him for a moment. And if I refuse? Sylvan shrugged. Then House Valan will stay neutral. We'll watch from the sidelines, enjoy the show. No hesitation, no false promises of loyalty. House Valan was playing their own game. Marcus exhaled. You're asking us to gamble everything. Sylvan's emerald gaze gleamed. You were already gambling the moment you stepped into this ballroom. The weight of the choice settled over them. Thalron finally nodded. Then we have the day to prepare. Sylvan smiled. Indeed. As they left the chamber, and the clock was already ticking. Chapter 1. 104. The Weight of a Duel. Chapter 104. The Weight of a Duel. And the tension that had been growing throughout the night reached a fever pitch as Thalron, Marcus, and Arixa retreated from the ballroom to a more secluded chamber. The walls of the room were lined with elegant elven tapestries, each depicting scenes of noble duels, grand victories, and the ascension of powerful houses. The irony wasn't lost on Marcus. This was where they would plan how to disrupt everything these nobles held sacred. Thalron paced near the center of the room, his expression unreadable. Arixa leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, still in her gown but radiating impatience. Marcus sat comfortably in a plush chair, one leg crossed over the other, rubbing his chin in thought. The White Blade, Marcus started, breaking the silence. Vilis Iltheron. I've heard the name before, but now I need to know everything. How does he fight? Thalron exhaled slowly. He's fast, precise. He fights like a duelist trained since birth, because that's exactly what he is. He doesn't waste movements, doesn't take unnecessary risks. He dictates the fight before his opponent even realizes what's happening. Arixa grunted. So he's a dancing peacock with a blade. Thalron shook his head. No, he's a peacock that can kill you in 2 strikes. Marcus tilted his head. Kai user? Yes, Thalron confirmed, and a damned good one. He enhances his footwork, reflexes, and blade speed with Kai. He's mastered the art of minimal effort, maximum result. That's bad, Marcus muttered, running a hand through his hair. A technique like that means he doesn't just win duels, he destroys his opponents. Exactly, Vera's voice cut in from the doorway. They all turned to see her stepping into the room, shedding the playful smirk she often wore. Her golden eyes were sharp, her usual mischief replaced by something heavier. Vilis Iltheron isn't just a skilled warrior, Vera continued. He's a symbol, a walking, talking embodiment of everything these nobles believe in. He's the reason House Ulthar doesn't even consider the idea of losing. Marcus leaned back in his chair. You're saying it's not just about the fight? It never was, Vera said. Ulthar is already preparing the narrative. They don't just expect him to win. They're betting on it. Wagers, favor exchanges, political deals. They're setting up this duel to be a public execution of your reputation. Thalron clenched his fists. So if I lose, I don't just lose the duel. I lose everything. Vera nodded. And they'll make sure the whole city watches. Silence settled over the group for a moment, the weight of what she said pressing down on them. It wasn't just about Thalron proving himself worthy anymore. The duel had been rigged before it had even begun. Even winning might not be enough if House Ulthar controlled the story. Marcus tapped his fingers against his knee. His mind was already working, piecing together a plan. "All right," he said finally, "if they're going to turn this into a spectacle, then so are we." Thalron raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Marcus smirked. "I mean, we're going to flip their game against them. They want everyone watching. Then let's make sure everyone is watching." Arixa frowned. "You're talking about making this bigger. But how?" Marcus leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "We control the story before Ulthar does. We turn this duel into something they can't sweep under the rug, something that forces the entire noble class to take notice. We make it happen tonight." Thalron folded his arms. "And how do you propose we do that?" Marcus grinned. "A press conference." Thalron blinked. "A what?" Marcus sighed, rubbing his temples. Right, no newspapers, no modern media. He needed to translate this into something that made sense in this world. "A staged event," he explained. "We go back in there and get everyone excited for the duel. We make a public declaration, invite witnesses, force the nobility to see what's really at stake. We challenge Ulthar's narrative before they can cement it." Vera nodded slowly. "You're saying we make this a political event instead of just a fight?" "Exactly," Marcus said. "We take control of the narrative. We get House Valan to back us openly, and we make sure there are enough powerful people watching that Ulthar can't just erase Thalron if he wins." Thalron exhaled. "That's bold." "It's necessary," Marcus said firmly. "You winning the fight won't be enough. We need to make sure the right people see it, so that even if Ulthar tries to spin the loss, it won't matter." Arixa smirked. "I like it. It's risky, but it sounds like fun." Thalron nodded slowly at first, then with more certainty. "All right, let's do it." Vera grinned. "Then we'd better start making noise." The plan was set. The game had changed. And if House Ulthar wanted to turn this duel into a public spectacle, then Thalron would make sure they never forgot it. The moment Marcus and Thalron stepped back into the ballroom, a shift rippled through the gathering. Nobles who had been locked in quiet murmurs suddenly found their attention drawn to the center of the room. The air, thick with the usual rigidity of elven tradition, held a new kind of energy. One Marcus intended to exploit. He didn't hesitate. Raising his voice with the charisma of a seasoned performer, Marcus strode forward and clapped his hands once, the sharp sound cutting through the noble chatter. "Ladies and gentlemen of Nyreen," his voice rang out, smooth yet commanding. Heads turned, fans lowered, goblets stilled. "A challenge has been issued, a duel declared. But tell me, what is a battle without spectacle? Without proper stakes? Without a story?" Murmurs spread like wildfire. The press conference had begun. Marcus, energized by the attention, stepped onto an elevated dais near the ballroom's center, taking the stance of a man who was born for this. He was feeling it now. His blood pulsed with excitement. This was his arena, the place where words could shape reality. Thalron moved to his side, composed but watchful, allowing Marcus to set the stage. A hush fell as another presence emerged. The crowd parted in reverence as Valis Iltheron, the White Blade, stepped forward. He moved like a spectre of perfection, his platinum hair gleaming under the ballroom's soft lights, his noble attire pristine, tailored to the impossible standard of elven elegance. His icy silver-blue eyes swept across the crowd, then settled on Thalron with the weight of a blade being drawn. His voice, when it came, was like steel wrapped in silk. "I see the half-blood of the defunct. Kelcrest enjoys theatrics," Valis remarked, his lips curving into something that might have been amusement or condescension. Marcus, without missing a beat, grinned. "Oh, we love theatrics, White Blade. But let's be real. You enjoy it too." He gestured broadly. "All this? The grand halls, the whispered wagers, the noble court poised for a duel. This is what you live for, isn't it? Why else would you show up now, you attention-hungry debutante?" A few nobles chuckled softly, something they rarely did. Marcus noted it with satisfaction. Valis merely inclined his head. I live for honor. Marcus leaned forward, dropping his voice into something conspiratorial. No, it would seem you only live to lick your master's boot. The nobles oohed at that. Some covered their lips in mock scandal, while others whispered excitedly. House Veylan's representatives smirked, delighted by the disruption. Thalron finally spoke, his voice steady. Honor is tested in battle, Velis, not in expectations. The white blade's eyes flickered with something sharper. You suggest our traditions are lacking? I suggest, Thalron replied, stepping forward, that we ensure the world understands exactly how these traditions play out. Another murmur ran through the crowd. Nobles were beginning to lean in, their carefully constructed facades slipping, if only slightly. A noblewoman in a violet silk gown tilted her head, curious. How will the duel be fought? She asked, her voice carrying over the hushed gathering. Marcus, ever the showman, inhaled sharply. Here's my chance. Internally, he pinged Stem. Yo, what's the best way to structure this fight so we don't get completely railroaded? Take into account their customs, I want this to play out as close to a boxing match as possible. Stem responded in a clipped tone. A structured format with multiple rounds. The more rounds, the better Thalron's chances of adapting. Traditional duels are one-strike affairs. Change the rules and they won't have the advantage of immediate victory. Marcus smiled broadly. Excellent question, my lady. He turned, dramatically spreading his arms. A duel of this magnitude demands structure. A mere single exchange of blows. No, no, no. That's too de rigueur, too predictable. He shook his head as if scandalized. I propose something far grander. The elves were listening now, their intrigue outweighing their elitism. Marcus continued, pacing with the deliberate energy of a seasoned performer. Best of 5 rounds, 3 minutes per round. He paused for effect. 3 judges shall score the fight based on strategy, technique, and dominance. Gasps echoed through the ballroom, scored duels, multiple rounds. What was this madness? Marcus could see it, the stiffness of the nobles, their practiced detachment starting to melt. Even Velis's brow twitched slightly, though he quickly composed himself. Thalron, standing beside him, whispered, They don't understand what you just did. Marcus smirked. That's the point. The noblewoman who had asked the question blinked. 3 rounds. With judges. Marcus nodded solemnly. Indeed, my lady, we must honor the duel properly, mustn't we? He gestured broadly, with rules that give the best warrior a chance to showcase not just a single strike, but the full breadth of their mastery. Velis finally spoke, voice as smooth as polished marble. An interesting format. His gaze met Marcus. Unorthodox. Marcus smirked. Innovative. Velis studied him for a moment longer, then turned to Thalron. And you agree to this? Thalron gave a curt nod. I do. A ripple of excitement passed through the crowd. The duel had just transformed from a ceremonial put-down to something new, something that had never been done before. The rigid expectations of elven dueling tradition had been challenged, and the nobility, for all their stuffiness, loved anything that disrupted monotony. House Ulthar's representatives, however, were not pleased. A sharp voice cut through the rising chatter. This is preposterous. A noble clad in Ulthar's colors stepped forward, glaring. A duel is a sacred affair, not entertainment. Marcus turned smoothly. And yet, my lord, you and your house have spent the entire evening ensuring everyone watches this duel. His smile widened, lethal. Surely, if House Ulthar is as confident as it claims, a few additional rounds won't change the outcome. Laughter, actual laughter, rose from parts of the crowd. More nobles were engaged now, their rigid decorum slipping in the wake of something new, something exciting. House Veylan, meanwhile, looked utterly delighted. Velis remained silent for a long moment, then gave a small nod. Very well, best of 5 rounds, 3 minutes per round, and judges. His lips curved faintly. I look forward to this. Marcus clapped his hands together. Wonderful, then it's official, the duel of the century has been set. More laughter, more murmurs. The shift had happened. The social gathering was no longer the sterile, controlled event House Ulthar had wanted. It had energy now, life, and that was dangerous. Marcus leaned slightly toward Thalron. "They're eating this up." Thalron exhaled, watching as the nobles' controlled facades cracked, their interest overriding their usual restraint. Even those who despised the disruption wanted to see how it would play out. House Ulthar had come into this evening intending to crush House Kelcrest under the weight of tradition. Instead, they had been dragged into Marcus's arena. And now, the entire city would be watching. The ruckus had begun. Chapter 1, 105, Fighters in Their Corners. Chapter 105, Fighters in Their Corners. The tension in the ballroom was electric, a living thing that pulsed between the watching nobles. The carefully cultivated air of elven refinement had begun to fray at the edges, their well-maintained dignity cracking as they leaned in, eager to see what would unfold. This was no longer a simple duel, it had become an event, a spectacle, something far grander than the nobles had anticipated. At the center of it all, Arixa knelt on the ballroom's polished marble floor, the sharp edge of a broken goblet in her grip, as she carved the lines of the arena with deliberate strokes. She had tried to follow the elven sense of grace and decorum. Really she had, but the sheer impracticality of her gown had finally pushed her over the edge. With a snip and a rip, she tore the lower half of her dress away, leaving it at a more practical mid-thigh length. The elves gasped, some scandalized, others delighted by the sheer audacity. Arixa, wholly unconcerned with their opinions, tossed the excess fabric aside. "There, now I can actually move." Somewhere in the crowd, a noblewoman let out a soft chuckle. How delightfully uncouth. Another noble nodded approvingly. "She has the presence of a barbarian queen." Arixa smirked, hearing them but not caring in the slightest. She drew the final marking in the center of the arena, dusted her hands off, and stood. "All right, lines are set. Time for you two to try and kill each other." Marcus, standing nearby, grinned. "That's the spirit." Meanwhile, in Thalron's corner, Vera had taken it upon herself to refine his appearance, not just for the sake of vanity, but for presence. "Hold still," she muttered, smoothing his sleeves and adjusting the silver clasp of his coat. "You might not care about looking pristine, but perception matters." Thalron rolled his eyes, but allowed her to work, though his mind was elsewhere. "What did you find out?" Vera smirked, pleased that he was asking. "I dug up details on how the White Blade handled his last 3 opponents," she said. "One was an elite Kai user, another a pure mage, the last was a dual-wielding speed fighter. He dismantled each of them with terrifying efficiency." Marcus, who had been eavesdropping, leaned in. "How?" Vera's expression darkened slightly. "He overwhelms them before they even realize they're losing. His movements are minimal, his attacks surgical. He exhausts his opponents by making them react to him rather than the other way around, and when they're off balance, he ends it." Marcus absorbed this with a thoughtful nod. That means fighting him conventionally is suicide. Thalron needed something else, something the White Blade wouldn't anticipate. "All right," Marcus said, standing back. "I need a minute." He turned away from the group, lowering his voice. "Stem, does Thalron actually have a shot at this?" The response came immediately. "As you know, Marcus, this world is governed by system stats and magic affinities, but there is one more factor that determines true strength. Skill." Marcus exhaled. "Yeah, I figured, but—" "Using yourself as an example," Stem continued, his tone shifting into lecture mode, "you fought Ralkar's overwhelming psyker and won, not by overpowering him, but by outmaneuvering him with skill." Marcus's eyes narrowed. "When you fought Thane Valgaris, you closed the gap in power with skill. And when you fought the Seraphim Protocol, even that thing struggled to adapt to your skill." Marcus crossed his arms. "All right, so skill is the equalizer. But how does that apply here? The White Blade's a master of his craft, too." "Let's put it in terms you'll understand," Stem said. "What was the great equalizer in your old world?" Marcus frowned. "A gun." "Correct. Could you dodge a bullet?" Marcus snorted. "Hell no." "What if you knew exactly where the bullet was going before it was fired?" Marcus's eyes widened as the realization struck him like a hammer. Stats and magic are just force multipliers. The white blade has Kai-enhanced speed, but he's still limited by his ability to react. His mind can only process so much at once. Exactly, Stem affirmed. If Thalron can get him riled up, make him overuse his Kai, he'll start to accumulate blind spots. He's fast, but it's like a tiger beetle. Too much speed at once will momentarily disorient him. That's when Thalron strikes. Marcus exhaled, his mind racing. This was doable. Thalron is a master of the blade in his own right, Stem continued. He can't boost his speed of thought with Psyker, and he can't empower his body with Kai. But his sheer mastery of swordsmanship and his elemental mana ingenuity make him more than a match. He just needs a nudge in the right direction. Marcus grinned. Then let's get to nudging. Turning back to Thalron, he clapped a hand on his shoulder. All right, listen up, you're going to bait him. Make him burn through his Kai early, force him into a pattern. He's faster than you, but once you push him past a certain point, he'll start leaving openings. Thalron's eyes sharpened. You're sure about this? Marcus smirked. Trust me. He turned, raising his voice. All right, let's get this duel started. A hush fell over the ballroom as the judges stepped forward. 3 nobles, each representing a different faction, took their places along the edges of the makeshift arena. Marcus made the introductions, his voice carrying the perfect balance of showmanship and authority. Representing House Kelcrest, Thalron Kelcrest, Spellblade of the Forgotten Line. The nobles murmured, some intrigued, others still skeptical. And his opponent, representing House Ulthar, Valis Iltheron, the White Blade of Nirene. A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Marcus stepped back, returning to Thalron's corner. All right, you got this. Keep your cool, make him overextend. Thalron nodded, rolling his shoulders. Then, stepping forward, a noblewoman in a violet gown entered the arena. She moved with elegant precision, her eyes alight with the thrill of tradition. With the grace of a practiced noble, she raised her hand. Then, in a single movement, she removed her glove and let it fall to the ground. A soft thump. The signal had been given. Round 1 was about to begin. Chapter 106. The First Round. Chapter 106. The First Round. The hush that fell over the ballroom was thick with tension. Gone were the murmurs, the scoffs, the idle conversation of the nobles. Now all eyes were on the makeshift dueling arena, where Thalron and Valis Iltheron stood poised at opposite ends, the noblewoman's glove still resting on the polished marble floor. The officiator, a stern-looking elf in silver robes, raised a hand. The rite of proving begins. First round, begin. The noblewoman stepped back, and in that instant, Valis moved. Thalron barely saw it, just a flicker of silver and white before the white blade closed the distance between them in a blink. The speed was unreal, unnatural, as if the air itself bent to his will. He's fast, faster than I thought. Instinct took over. Thalron's blade came up in a reflexive parry. Steel met steel, but the force behind the blow rattled his arms, nearly sending him stumbling back. Valis didn't let him breathe. He flowed into another strike immediately, pressing forward, his blade an extension of his will. The precision was terrifying. Every swing calculated, every step controlled. His footwork was effortless, each movement a whisper of grace and efficiency. Thalron barely kept up, his own blade working to intercept, but Valis was already dictating the rhythm of the duel. And he knew it. A smirk ghosted across the white blade's lips. Too slow. A test. Thalron realized with grim clarity. Valis wasn't trying to finish the fight in the first exchange. He was teaching a lesson, showing Thalron exactly why he had no right to be here. No. Thalron gritted his teeth and adjusted. He abandoned trying to match the pace. Instead, he shifted his focus, watching, learning. Valis's style was perfect, yes. Too perfect. Every motion was optimized, every step precise. It meant that while he was faster, stronger, and more experienced, he was predictable. But before he could capitalize on it, Valis struck again. A sharp, precise cut, just enough to graze Thalron's shoulder. a practiced insult. The crowd murmured in appreciation, a few amused chuckles rising from House Ulthar's section. Marcus, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fists. He's putting on a show. Vera beside him murmured, "He's doing exactly what I warned you about." Marcus nodded. "Yeah, he's trying to humiliate him." Valis, ever in control, tilted his head. "You don't belong in this arena, half-blood." Thalron's grip tightened around his sword. He forced himself not to react. Instead, he exhaled slowly, adjusted his stance. The next exchange was coming. Valis saw the shift and pressed forward. Another strike, fast, efficient, but this time Thalron planted his feet. "Don't run. Make him come to you." He caught the next strike differently, rolling his wrist mid-parry to redirect rather than absorb the force. It was small, subtle, but it slowed Valis down. Just slightly. Valis noticed. His silver-blue eyes narrowed for the briefest moment before he disengaged, stepping back to reassess. The crowd murmured again. This time it wasn't just in appreciation for Valis's skill. House Valen was watching now, their expressions unreadable but intent. House Ulthar noticed too. Marcus, still at the sidelines, let out a slow exhale. He found it. Vira glanced at him. Found what? Marcus grinned. A crack. The shift. Valis resumed his elegant footwork, circling once more, but now he was watching Thalron differently. The amusement had dimmed slightly. He had expected this fight to be a simple performance. Thalron was proving otherwise. But he was still losing. Valis exploited the natural momentum of the duel. Every exchange, he forced Thalron toward the edge of the dueling lines. The crowd oohed and ahed as Thalron was pushed further back, forced onto the defensive. It wasn't enough that he was holding his own. He needed to push back. Thalron made his move. Instead of parrying a forward strike, he sidestepped at the last second. Not to dodge completely, but to create an unexpected angle. Forming a magic symbol with his offhand, Thalron summoned wind to shift his stance mid-motion, disrupting Valis's momentum. And in that fleeting moment, he struck. His blade nicked Valis's side. A shallow cut, insignificant in terms of damage. But in terms of the duel, the ballroom fell silent. For the first time in countless duels, Valis Iltheron had been touched. The first round ends. The officiator's voice rang out. Time. Valis halted mid-motion, his expression unreadable. Then slowly he stepped back. He looked down at the shallow cut on his side. The wound was minor, barely worth considering. But the principle of it had shaken the expectations of the room. His gaze flicked up to Thalron. The smirk was gone. Instead, there was interest. Thalron, breathing hard, gave a lopsided grin. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his muscles burning, his breath uneven. He had lost the round. That much was obvious. But the nobles weren't looking at Valis anymore. They were looking at him. Marcus stepped forward from the sidelines, throwing an arm around Thalron's shoulders before guiding him back to their corner. Breathe, man. That bit at the end was brilliant. Thalron exhaled deeply, rolling his shoulders. I felt his rhythm. He cut himself off, adjusting his grip on his sword. I can work with this. Vera, fixing the seams of his tunic, murmured, That's good, because House Ulthar just got real quiet. Marcus grinned, glancing across the ballroom where House Ulthar's representatives no longer looked amused. They expected a slaughter, he said, voice low. They just realized it's a fight. Valis, still standing in his corner, slowly stretched out his fingers. Then, in a single motion, he brought his blade up and ran his thumb along the cut, smearing the blood across the pristine silver edge. His voice carried easily. I see. You're not a complete disgrace. The nobles laughed, though some of it sounded nervous now. Marcus leaned in toward Thalron. He's baiting you. Don't let him control the next round. Thalron, still catching his breath, watched Valis closely. The white blade wasn't bothered, but he was paying attention now. And that was an opening. Marcus smirked, patting Thalron's shoulder. All right, man, let's adjust. The first round was over, and the real fight was just beginning. House Ulthar's once amused expressions had turned to stiff neutrality. Their fingers clenched around their goblets as they watched the duel unfold. House Valan, on the other hand, looked utterly entertained. But the most notable shift came from Vilis Iltheron himself. Gone was the casual smirk, the dismissive air of superiority. He had tasted steel, however shallow the wound. It wasn't pain that unsettled him, it was the fact that it had happened at all, and now his interest was real. Thalron exhaled deeply, shaking stress from his hands as he leaned against the makeshift resting area. His pulse was still hammering from the last round. He had managed to land a blow, but he had also been pushed to his limits just keeping up. Marcus placed a firm hand on his shoulder, his expression unreadable. "All right, take a breath. Let's talk strategy." Vera adjusted the seams of his tunic with sharp, quick movements, making sure he looked composed before she spoke. "He's changing his approach next round," she murmured. "He's still testing you, but now he's taking you seriously." Marcus nodded. "He knows you're not just another opponent. You got in a clean strike, which means he won't be playing with his food anymore." Thalron inhaled sharply. "Then I need to be faster." "No," Marcus corrected immediately. "You won't outspeed him. That's not the goal." Thalron frowned. "Then what?" Marcus's gaze flicked across the ballroom to Vilis, who was standing with eerie stillness. He was watching now, studying, calculating. "He's a duelist," Marcus explained, "which means he's trained to anticipate, react, and capitalize on mistakes. He doesn't just read your attacks, he reads you." Thalron wiped his brow. "Then what's the counter?" Marcus smirked. "Chaos." Vira raised an eyebrow. "You want him to fight an unpredictable opponent." "Exactly." Marcus tapped his temple. "He's used to perfectly structured duels. Everything he does is built around a controlled environment. You disrupt that, he won't have time to analyze and adjust." Thalron rolled his shoulder, considering the words. "So, break the flow." "Not just break it," Marcus grinned. "Smash it, force him to react, get messy." Vera exhaled. "That's risky." Marcus shot her a look. "Everything about this fight is risky, but if we don't turn it into something he doesn't understand, we'll just be playing into his hands." Thalron cracked his knuckles. "Fine, let's make a mess." The officiator raised a hand once more. "Second round, begin." This time Thalron moved first. A gasp rippled through the crowd as he surged forward, his blade humming with elemental mana. His stance was lower, his movements less refined, intentionally sloppy. Vilis's eyes narrowed. The white blade reacted instantly, stepping back into a perfect defensive form. He had expected this. A desperate push to reclaim control. Thalron feinted high, then twisted his blade mid-motion, shifting toward Vilis's legs. The noble barely moved, but he had already dodged before the blade even reached him. Too fast. Thalron didn't have time to register before Vilis retaliated. In a flash of silver, 3 precise slashes. Thalron barely caught the first. The second hit his side, tearing fabric. The third nearly took his sword from his hand. The ballroom exploded with murmurs. "Vilis has adjusted," Marcus muttered. "He's predicting the chaos." Vera clenched her jaw. "He's countering unpredictability." Thalron stumbled back, teeth gritted. He had underestimated just how fast Vilis could shift his technique. But so had Vilis. Thalron exhaled sharply. Then he switched grips. Vilis lunged again, this time going for a finishing stroke, and Thalron dropped his sword. Gasps rang out as his blade clattered to the floor. Vilis, momentarily startled, hesitated for just a fraction of a second. And that's when Thalron moved. A flick of his wrist, mana surged. The blade snapped back into his palm, guided by a wind spell. And he slashed upward. Vilis, caught mid-motion, barely twisted away in time. But it wasn't enough. A red line appeared along his cheek. The ballroom went silent. Marcus whistled lowly. "Oh shit!" House Valen was grinning now. House Ulthar, they weren't breathing. The officiator took a beat before finally speaking. "Second round, Thalron of House Kelcrest." A slow applause started, hesitant, disbelieving. Then it grew, not mocking, not polite, respectful. Marcus leaned toward Thalron as he returned to the corner. "Did you see their faces?" Thalron exhaled, still catching his breath. "I saw." Vera smirked. "House Ulthar just got real quiet." Marcus glanced toward Valis. The white blade stood perfectly still. His silver-blue eyes locked onto Thalron, lips pressed into a thin line. Then, slowly, he lifted a hand to touch his cheek. His fingers came away with a faint streak of blood. The entire room watched as Valis Iltheron smiled. Not his usual smirk, not amusement, something sharper. He let out a slow exhale, rolling his own shoulders before adjusting his grip on his sword. House Ulthar broke their silence. A single low chuckle came from their section. Marcus cursed under his breath. Shit, he's been holding back. Valis stepped forward. His posture had changed. Not the easy, graceful stance of a duelist in control, but something looser, more dangerous. His Kai flared around him. The officiator raised a hand. Third round. Valis vanished. Marcus barely had time to shout. Begin. Chapter 1. 107. The White Blade Unleashed. Chapter 107. The White Blade Unleashed. The moment the officiator's hand fell, Valis vanished. A shockwave rippled through the ballroom as displaced air sent gowns fluttering and rattled goblets on the noble tables. Some gasped, others widened their eyes, but none could deny the sheer ferocity of what they had just witnessed. Steel screamed. Thalron barely caught the first strike. His instincts, honed through years of discipline and sheer survival, reacted at the last possible moment. His sword met Valis's in a desperate parry, but the impact was brutal. It sent him skidding 3 paces back, boots screeching against the polished marble. He's not just moving faster, he's accelerating. Thalron barely had time to exhale before Valis was on him again. A flash of silver, too fast. Thalron ducked, just barely avoiding a slash meant for his ribs. He pivoted, swinging wide in a desperate counter, but Valis was already gone. Then pain. A sharp sting lanced across his thigh, another across his arm, a third nicked his ribs. Thalron staggered back, chest rising and falling rapidly. His grip on his sword tightened. He needed to adjust, to react. Valis hadn't moved. He stood just outside of striking range, his sword lazily resting at his side. His silver-blue eyes watched Thalron, not with anger or even arrogance, but something colder, analytical. You were adapting before, Valis murmured, tilting his head. Why have you stopped? Thalron gritted his teeth. He wasn't stopping, he couldn't keep up. Valis exhaled slowly. Disappointing. Then he moved again. Marcus clenched his fists. This is bad. He had watched Thalron fight countless times, had seen him go against impossible odds. But this? Valis wasn't just winning, he was dismantling him. He's not even trying to end it, Vera muttered beside him, her golden eyes narrowed. He's punishing him. Marcus forced himself to think. There had to be a way out of this. His mind raced through everything he knew about Kai users, dueling, power scaling, anything that could give Thalron a shot. There had to be a flaw, a weakness. Damn, I've got nothing. Normally, if I get overwhelmed by a speedster, I switch to Philly Shell. What the hell is Philly Shell for swords? Another strike, another desperate parry, another second away from being completely overwhelmed. Thalron's legs burned, his arms ached, his lungs screamed. Valis moved like a phantom, too fast, too precise. Thalron needed something, anything. Then, Marcus's voice cut through the chaos. You're fighting like a noble. Thalron barely registered the words before Valis's blade came for his throat. No time, so he did the only thing he could. He leaned into it. The crowd gasped. Valis's blade sliced across Thalron's jaw, shallow but enough to leave a red line trailing down his neck. But for the first time, Valis hesitated. And in that hesitation, Thalron moved. A gust of wind magic propelled him forward. He slammed his shoulder into Valis hard, throwing all of his weight into it. Valis's footwork, once flawless, faltered. It was barely a fraction of a second. But it was enough. Thalron didn't hesitate. He struck, not with elegance, not with form, but with raw, unrelenting force. Valis blocked on instinct. The crowd erupted. Marcus grinned. That's it. Vera blinked. Did he just... Valis had dictated every moment of the duel until now, but Thalron had just done something different. He had broken the rhythm. He had forced Valis to react. Marcus exhaled, murmuring under his breath, "Smart. He didn't expect this duel to get messy." Valis exhaled slowly. Then he smiled. "A brawler, then." His voice carried a note of amusement now. "Fine." But Thalron wasn't going to let him reset. He pressed forward, not like before, not as a duelist trying to match technique for technique. He abandoned the idea of fighting cleanly. Instead, he fought like a man trying to survive. He stepped inside Valis's range, throwing off his perfect spacing. He pressed against his blade mid-strike, forcing his weight onto his back foot. He disrupted every movement, every exchange. Valis was still faster, still stronger, but now he was working for it. The nobles were watching with rapt attention. This wasn't what they had expected. This wasn't a masterclass in elven swordplay. This was a fight. Valis's movements, once effortless, became deliberate. He was still winning, but now he was fighting. Thalron, panting, watched carefully, and then he saw it. A brief hesitation, a fraction of a second, and he took it. His blade whipped upward, infused with a sudden surge of mana. Valis twisted, but not fast enough. Steel met flesh. A red line appeared across Valis's arm. Silence. Then applause, real, genuine, not just from House Valan. From everywhere, House Ulthar's smirks had vanished. Valis looked down at his wound. Then he laughed. Not a mocking chuckle, not arrogance, a real laugh. The officiator raised a hand. Third round. Valis Iltharon. Thalron exhaled sharply, wiping sweat from his brow. He had lost, but for the first time, Valis had to work for it. The applause didn't stop. Respect, that's what it was. The nobles weren't just watching a duel anymore, they were watching a moment in history. Marcus smirked. "You're still in this, Thal. You gave him a run for his money that round." Thalron exhaled, still catching his breath. "Yeah, I've been preparing a little something for the next round." Vera grinned. "What is it?" Thalron smirked. Marcus glanced at Valis. He stood ready. Marcus groaned. "Well, whatever it is, I hope it's good." The officiator's voice rang through the ballroom. "Fourth round, begin." Valis moved. A gust of Kai propelled him forward, his speed blurring the air as he closed in on Thalron. And then, his foot hit something. A sigil flared beneath him. A pulse of icy blue light spread outward in an instant. The trap activated immediately, and a sudden force yanked Valis off balance, not enough to throw him, but enough to break his rhythm. He skidded forward uncontrollably. Thalron was already waiting. Steel flashed. Valis barely managed to twist his body, but he wasn't fast enough. Thalron's sword cut a clean line across his shoulder. The ballroom erupted. House Ulthar tensed. Valis landed smoothly, rolling to regain control. He looked down at his shoulder, silver blue eyes narrowing. "A trap," he murmured. Then he smirked. "Interesting." Valis reset his stance, this time watching the ground. He shifted his foot slightly, stepped on another sigil. It flared, the ice magic surging up. But Valis was already gone. He moved before it could launch him, twisting to the side, dodging another sigil hidden just beneath the marble floor. But Thalron wasn't relying on the traps alone. He stepped onto one himself. Valis's eyes widened. In an instant, the ice flared and Thalron was propelled forward. He turned his body with the momentum, sword already swinging as he shot across the ballroom like a missile. Valis barely had time to raise his blade. Another cut, this one across his ribs. A fraction of a second later, he regained his footing, frustration flickering behind his calm mask. He moved to retaliate. But something held him back. He glanced down. His shadow was frozen in place. A trap. No, not a trap. A shadow bind. His own shadow. Thalron had grabbed it. For just a moment, a fraction of a second, Valis was trapped. But that was all Thalron needed. His sword cut down. A third line of red opened across Valis's forearm. The crowd gasped. House Ulthar leaned forward, tense. House Valan smirked, delighted. And for the first time, Valis' breath hitched. A flicker of urgency passed through his silver blue eyes. A crack in the armor. Thalron had him. Valis moved, fast, desperate, trying to reset the fight, but Thalron stalked him. Like a predator, no wasted movement, no hesitation, every step he took was calculated. Valis tried to outmaneuver him. Thalron read him. Valis tried to create distance. Thalron closed in. The white blade was no longer in control. He was being hunted. Marcus grinned from the sidelines. Oh, now this is good. Vera exhaled slowly. He's pushing him. Valis clenched his jaw. Enough. He moved to counter, to break away. But Thalron was already in motion. His sword swung. A fourth strike was coming. Time! The officiator's voice cut through the air. Thalron's blade halted an inch from Valis's throat. The entire ballroom froze. A long, silent breath stretched between them. Thalron stepped back. Valis inhaled sharply, his grip tightening on his sword. His arm was bleeding. His shoulder was bleeding. His ribs were bleeding. The white blade, untouchable for so long, stood wounded. The officiator raised his hand. Fourth round, Thalron of House Kelcrest. The ballroom erupted. House Valen's table stood, cheering. House Ulthar was deathly silent. Valis stared at Thalron, not with anger, not with arrogance, but something far more dangerous. Realization. Thalron could beat him. Valis exhaled, rolling his shoulders, blood staining his pristine white sleeve. And then he smiled, not a smirk, not amusement. Something sharper, something hungry. Marcus saw it and groaned. Ah, hell, now he's having fun. Chapter 1. 108. The Final Bout. Chapter 1. 108. The Final Bout. The hush that fell over the ballroom was different this time. It wasn't just tension, it was expectation. Every noble in attendance, from the smirking elite of House Ulthar to the now intrigued lords of House Valan, leaned forward in their seats. For the first time, Valis Iltharon bled. And for the first time, Thalron wasn't just surviving, he was winning. The officiator raised a hand. Fifth and final round, begin. Valis did not move instantly. That alone set off alarm bells in Thalron's mind. This was different. No sudden burst of speed, no blinding flash of movement, no attempt to overwhelm him with sheer momentum. Valis walked forward, and for the first time in the fight, Thalron felt something unsettling. Not arrogance, not calculation, something worse, a warrior's excitement. Valis rolled his neck, his blade loose in his grip. He exhaled slowly, almost like he was finally enjoying himself. Then he struck. Thalron barely raised his sword in time. Steel met steel, but this wasn't like before. Valis wasn't just fast now, he was efficient. No wasted movement, no unnecessary flourishes. Thalron barely had time to blink before Valis's second strike came, then the third, then the fourth. Thalron parried, sidestepped, twisted away, but Valis adjusted instantly, shifting his angles, pressing forward, never relenting. Gone was the showmanship. This was the true white blade, and he was relentless. Thalron's arms burned with every block, every parry. Valis had abandoned his former duelist's pacing, and now he was fighting like a hunter. Thalron shifted his stance. If he couldn't match Valis's speed, then he wouldn't. He'd break it. Valis came in fast, sword aiming for a diagonal slash. Thalron didn't parry. He rolled with the attack, absorbing the force, letting the strike glance downward off of his blade. Valis's silver-blue eyes widened slightly. He went to raise his sword to strike again. Then Thalron struck. A faint motion from his off-hand, ice formed, holding Valis's blade in place. Thalron launched a knee toward Valis's ribs. It connected, hard. Valis gritted his teeth, using the force of the hit to spin free of the ice and into a counter-strike, but Thalron had already ducked under it. He reversed the grip of his blade, now using both hands. Thalron manipulated the ice that had been sent flying to form a shield, protecting himself from Valis's follow-up strike. When Valis's blade made contact with the shield of ice, spikes jutted forth. The ballroom was deathly silent. Valis had just managed to back-dodge in time. This wasn't a duel anymore. This was a fight. They clashed again, steel against steel, mana against Kai. Both warriors moving on instinct, attacking, dodging, countering, reading each other in real time. Valis twisted his blade, forcing Thalron's sword down. Thalron responded by hooking Valis's wrist, trying to wrench him off balance. Valis redirected his ki into his muscle and yanked Thalron, easily tossing him like a weightless sack. While being hurled through the air, Thalron pushed himself downward with a summoned burst of wind, aiming to slash as Valis's exposed back. Valis corrected mid-step and retaliated with a brutal elbow strike. Thalron twisted his head at the last moment, the blow grazing his cheek instead of breaking his jaw. Thalron with another. Valis saw the shift too late. Thalron redirected his momentum, twisting their locked swords at an unnatural angle. Valis's grip faltered for just an instant. Thalron capitalized, slamming his pommel against Valis's wrist with a sharp crack. A quick application of wind mana sent the white blade sword flying from his grip. The entire ballroom gasped. Valis stepped back, blinking at his empty hands. Thalron's blade was at his throat. The silence was deafening. The officiator hesitated, looking between them before finally raising his hand. 5th round, Thalron of House Kelcrest. The ballroom erupted. The aftermath. House Valan stood, applauding. House Ulthar was frozen, some in shock, others in barely concealed rage. Valis! He just breathed out slowly. Then he smiled, not the cocky smirk he had worn before. A genuine smile. Thalron lowered his sword slightly, still catching his breath, waiting to see what Valis would do next. Valis stepped forward, retrieved his fallen sword, and sheathed it. Then, with the entire ballroom watching, he inclined his head. A warrior's acknowledgement. Thalron, after a beat, returned the nod. The officiator, still slightly stunned, finally announced, "The rite of proving concludes. The victory belongs to Thalron of House Kelcrest." The cheers grew louder. From the sidelines, Marcus let out a slow whistle. "Well, damn." Vera just smirked. Unbelievable. The match was over. Thalron's pride surged. His friends rushed him. Arixa and Marcus hoisted him on their shoulders. "Guys, this isn't proper end of duel etiquette amongst elves," Thalron said through winded breath. "Who cares?" Arixa shouted. "You're not even full elf. They can take their etiquette and shove it," Vera said, elated. The group celebrated for a full minute before Sylvan cleared his throat. The group scanned the room to realize they were the only ones celebrating so fervently. With a bow and a nod, Sylvan spoke. "I'm prepared to make good on our deal. Come to my estate in the morning." Chapter 1, 109, Power Shift. Chapter 109, Power Shift. The morning air carried a crisp freshness as Thalron and his companions made their way through the elegant streets of Nireen. It was still surreal, walking through the city as someone truly acknowledged rather than ignored or mocked. The victory from the duel had shifted perceptions, albeit begrudgingly. The elves, ever proud and distant, still held their noses high, but now, when their eyes passed over Thalron, they carried something new: recognition. Marcus walked alongside him, hands in his pockets, eyeing the subtle shifts in how people treated Thalron. "They're still pricks, but at least they're giving you a little respect now." Arixa smirked. "That's about as much as you can ask for from a high elf." Thalron gave a short chuckle, but said nothing. He was too focused on what lay ahead. The victory had not just been a personal triumph. It was the foundation for something greater. His mother's house, House Kelcrest, had been reduced to whispers in the shadows, a forgotten name in elven nobility. That was about to change. As they approached Sylvan's estate, Thalron noted the contrast between it and the other noble houses. It lacked the opulence of House Ulthar's marble-clad halls or House Maverin's sprawling gardens, but it carried an air of quiet dignity. The architecture was regal, yet practical. A house on the rise. A house with something to prove, just like his own. Thalron paused at the steps, taking it all in. "Copper for your thoughts?" Vyra asked. He exhaled, shaking his head. "After today, we'll lay the groundwork to make both our houses established powers." Vera nodded approvingly, and with that they made their way inside. Sylvan received them personally, his demeanor unreadable as always. He had the bearing of a man who knew the weight of every step he took, every word he spoke. He nodded in greeting, his gaze lingering on Thalron just a fraction longer than the others. "You put on quite the show last night," Sylvan said as he gestured for them to follow. "The other houses can no longer ignore you, but if both of our houses are to rise, two must fall." The words were spoken so matter-of-factly that for a moment Thalron could only stare. There was no hesitation in Sylvan's tone, no ifs or maybes, just certainty. "We're going to get out of here and look around a bit, if you don't mind, Lord Slyvan." "Go ahead," Slyvan said with a dismissive nod. The others excused themselves, giving Thalron and Sylvan the space to speak in private. The room Sylvan led them to was a study, its walls lined with books and carefully arranged documents. A strategist's domain. Thalron took a seat, folding his hands together. "House Ulthar is the obvious choice," he said. "They've had too much power for too long, and after my duel with Valis, they've taken a hit." Sylvan nodded. "Yes, but that alone isn't enough. We need something to cripple them politically, not just wound their pride." Thalron leaned forward. "I have something. House Ulthar failed to step in and aid Thane Vulgaris when he tried to claim New York. They let him fall, despite prior promises." Sylvan's brows rose slightly. "And how do you know this?" Thalron glanced toward the door where Vera had exited. "Vera has her ways. All we need to do is contact Ragn, New York's spy master, to confirm the information." Sylvan's fingers tapped idly against the wooden desk as he processed the information. "That we can work with. Betrayal and cowardice are poisons in noble circles. If we can bring undeniable proof to light, we can erode their standing." He leaned back, eyes narrowing in thought. "And then there's House Mavren." Thalron frowned. "What about them?" Sylvan gestured toward the window, where beyond the city's pristine avenues lay the lesser districts, the commoner quarters. "That poverty you see festering in the outskirts? That's on Mavren's hands. They've been neglecting their duties for decades. The other houses don't care because it doesn't affect them, but if it's formally brought up with evidence, the council will have to act." Thalron fell silent for a moment, memories stirring. He had been young when his mother still held her station, but he remembered that House Kelcrest had been responsible for civil affairs. They were the ones who ensured the well-being of the lesser-born, that disputes were settled fairly, that no one was left entirely destitute. "I remember," Thalron said quietly. "My mother's house used to manage those affairs." Sylvan's lips curled into a small smile. "That's why your house must be put back in place." The Kelcrest name was always kind to the lessers. Thalron's jaw tightened. He hated that term, lessers, but he let it slide. Changing the language of elves wasn't a battle he could fight today. There were bigger wars ahead. The plan was clear. Deliver proof of Ulthar's treachery and Mavren's mismanagement. With those two houses destabilized, two new powers could rise. Sylvan turned, fixing Thalron with a sharp gaze. "My house has the financial means, the power and the influence to take one of the fallen seats. What does Kelcrest have to offer?" Thalron didn't hesitate. He gestured toward the hall where Marcus and the others had gone. "We have the backing of New York and its leadership, and that gives us connections beyond Nireen, resources and allies that the other houses don't have." Sylvan considered this for a long moment, then nodded. "This is good." Thalron could almost feel the weight of the moment settling into place. They weren't just talking about reclaiming a name, they were planning a seismic shift in power. If they succeeded, history would remember this day as the beginning of the fall of two great houses, and the rise of another too. Sylvan smirked. "Time waits for no one. Let's get to work." Chapter 110. Preponderance of Evidence. Chapter 110. Preponderance of Evidence. The early morning sun cast a golden glow over the streets of Nireen as Thalron and Sylvan made their way toward the Grand Council Hall. The city bustled with life, but there was an undercurrent of tension in the air. It wasn't just the duel that had shaken the elven nobility. It was the realization that House Kelcrest was no longer a forgotten name. Thalron walked with a renewed sense of purpose, his boots striking the pavement with quiet confidence. The weight of what was to come pressed against his chest, but he welcomed it. Today wasn't just about House Kelcrest reclaiming its place, It was about reshaping the very foundation of Nyrene's noble structure. Sylvan strode beside him, his expression unreadable as always. The man carried himself with an effortless authority that made even seasoned lords wary. He wasn't just an upstart noble, he was a man who knew how to win battles before they even began. "You seem tense," Sylvan noted, his voice smooth but sharp. Thalron exhaled, flexing his fingers slightly. "Because I don't like the idea of warning House Ulthar before we have all the proof. If we put them on notice, they'll start covering their tracks." Sylvan smirked, his gaze flickering toward Thalron as they walked. "Exactly. And in their desperation to erase any traces of wrongdoing, they'll only expose themselves further. When people scramble to hide their secrets, they leave trails behind." Thalron frowned but didn't argue. Sylvan was a strategist, and if he believed this was the best approach, then Thalron had to trust him, for now. Still, the idea of giving House Ulthar even a moment to prepare made his stomach churn. Before long, they reached the council hall. The building was massive, its grand marble pillars stretching toward the sky, a symbol of the power and authority held within. The entrance was flanked by 2 guards in polished silver armor, their expressions blank but their eyes watchful. As Sylvan and Thalron approached, one of the guards stepped forward, raising a hand. "House Faelwyn's meetings are not to be interrupted." Sylvan unleashed his aura. The air shuddered as raw, unfiltered Kai surged outward. It wasn't just a wave of power, it was a force of will made manifest. Thalron felt it immediately, the weight pressing against his skin, sending a sharp chill down his spine. Even though the aura wasn't directed at him, it was suffocating. He could barely imagine what the guards must have felt. Both elves staggered backward, their faces draining of color. One even dropped his spear, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Sylvan's expression remained cool and detached. "Move." They moved. Thalron shook his head slightly, trying to refocus. He had expected Sylvan to be strong, but this? This was on another level. Before he could say anything, Sylvan stepped forward and raised his fist. With nothing more than a half-hearted punch, he struck the grand doors. The entire hall trembled. The heavy double doors exploded inward, slamming against the marble walls with a deafening boom. The impact sent a gust of wind surging through the room, causing robes to flutter and papers to scatter. The council chamber erupted in fury. The 7 noble leaders seated at the grand table turned, their faces twisting with anger. "Insolent wretch! Is this how you intend to gain favor, by breaking into a sacred council meeting? Your house has no future if this is how you behave." The insults came like a storm, the nobles' voices rising with indignation, but Sylvan didn't so much as blink. He let them rage, let them throw their tantrums. Then, when the shouting finally subsided, he spoke. "House Mavren," he said, his voice calm but cutting through the air like a blade. "Let's talk about your failures." The shift in the room was immediate. The nobles tensed, their eyes flickering toward the Mavren delegation. Lord Aerion Mavren, an older elf with sharp cheekbones and a once proud stature, visibly stiffened. Sylvan continued stepping forward. "For decades, House Mavren has neglected its duties. The lower districts of Nyreen have fallen into poverty under your watch, while you sit comfortably in your estates, pretending the filth at your city's borders doesn't exist." A murmur spread through the room. The other noble leaders exchanged glances of thinly veiled disgust. Lord Valar, a minor noble with ambitions beyond his means, tapped his fingers against the table, his lips curling ever so slightly at the sight of Aerion Mavren's pale face. Others, like Lady Lyrian, scowled, not out of sympathy, but at the disruption to the established order. Even victories had consequences. The truth was, none of them cared about the poor. But now that it was being presented as a formal issue, they couldn't ignore it. Aerion straightened, his voice clipped. "A baseless accusation. Do you have proof?" Sylvan's smirk deepened. "Of course." He produced a thick dossier, bound in black leather, and tossed it onto the council table. The impact echoed. "Details of missing funds, neglected city projects, falsified reports, all conveniently benefiting House Mavren, while the common folk suffer." The noble leaders didn't even look at Aerion. They didn't need to. The moment the accusations were given weight, he was finished. One of the council members, a woman with dark auburn hair, sighed. "This will be addressed." It was a dismissal, a warning. It meant Mavren was done. Sylvan smiled slightly. He had won this battle without lifting a sword. Then he turned to Thalron. Understanding the unspoken command, Thalron stepped forward. His eyes locked onto the leader of House Ulthar, a man with cold silver eyes and a presence that carried quiet menace. "Now let's talk about House Ulthar," Thalron said, his tone smooth. The council members frowned. "And what accusation do you bring forth?" "Your house failed to step in and aid Zena's Thane during their war against the Orc stronghold." The noble's expression didn't change, but Thalron caught the subtle flicker in his gaze, the slightest tension in his fingers. "A baseless accusation." Lord Ulthar's cold silver eyes locked onto Thalron's, his lips pressing into a thin line. "A child playing at politics," he mused, voice smooth but edged with something darker. "You assume much, boy. Do you truly believe the council would entertain such baseless slander?" Yet, as he spoke, his fingers clenched slightly against the wood of the table. A sign. A tell. Thalron had him on edge. Thalron smirked. "I just want House Ulthar to know that I know." Silence. Then, the room erupted into whispers. Ulthar's leader narrowed his eyes, but there was something in his expression, a flicker of unease. That was all Thalron needed. He knew the noble was already thinking about how to cover his tracks. And that was the trap. The room was alight with murmurs and accusatory glances. One of the nobles began to speak, but before the tension could settle, a subtle tremor passed through the chamber, not enough to shake the foundations, but enough to make the council members stiffen. The chandelier above swayed slightly. Somewhere in the distance, a faint but sharp scream cut through the air. One of the guards near the door shifted uneasily, his grip tightening on his halberd. A crash resounded from outside, not the slam of a misplaced weapon, but something heavier, something unnatural. The sound of splintering wood followed, then the unmistakable cry of a man being torn apart. The guards at the door exchanged uncertain glances. One of the nobles rose sharply from their seat. What was... The words barely left his lips before the doors were thrown open with violent force. A shadowed figure stumbled through, Marcus panting, wild-eyed. His breath came in ragged gasps, his usual relaxed demeanor replaced by sheer urgency. "Monsters!" he gasped. "The city is under attack!" A beat of stunned silence. Chaos was coming. Chapter 1. 111. Here be dragons. Chapter 1. 111. Here be dragons. The sun had barely begun to rise when Velith slipped from the shadows, his boots crunching softly against the damp forest underbrush. His breath was steady, his mind sharper than ever, tuned to every fluctuation in the air, every movement in the unseen world of Psyche. He had been trailing these cultists for days, tracking their whispers, unraveling their schemes, dismantling their influence where he could. The followers of the Black, a name spoken only in the darkest corners, feared even among those who dealt in forbidden knowledge. He had been one of them once. That past clung to him like a stain, a remnant of his own blind pursuit of power. They had granted him strength, molded him into something formidable, but when he failed to prove himself in the Trial of Copper Fang tournament, no against Marcus, he learned that power was not merely granted, it was earned. He wanted to believe in their promise of strength, but was forced to face reality. His fight with Marcus had reignited his dragon blood, and he had made a vow to gain power by his own means. His decision to leave them was an easy one. He had torn himself away from their clutches, burning every bridge, spilling their blood to carve his path forward. Now he was both predator and prey. They hunted him, just as he hunted them. Velith's psyche surged as he approached a clearing. His mind reached out, twisting his visage, making his presence fade into the edges of perception. If there were sentries, they would miss him. If there were traps, they would falter just enough for him to evade them. He had spent days tracking this lead, one whispered in hushed voices, hinting at something more than just another scheme for power. A word that spiked his curiosity and his own lust for power. Seal. Seals were spoken of in fragmented myths, in the hushed stories of warlocks and madmen. The implications were clear, but the reality was something Velith had yet to face firsthand. He crept forward, coming upon an ancient, weathered site. The ground was lined with runestones, their markings unfamiliar, yet humming with an energy he could almost taste. He traced his hand along an engraved Orcish numeral 4, pondering its meaning. He had explored dungeons before, challenged their trials, survived their depths, but this was different. Dungeons were meant to be entered, conquered, their treasures claimed and their threats contained. But this felt as if it wanted to release something. His stomach twisted as he felt the shift in the air, the pressure warping around him like the slow inhale of something ancient waking from slumber. The runestones pulsed, responding to his presence, or perhaps to the culmination of fate itself. The very fabric of reality seemed to strain. Then the stones ignited. A soundless explosion of energy cracked the air, and Velith stumbled back, his psyche instinctively fortifying his mind against the overwhelming force. The ground beneath him split as the stones rearranged themselves, their inscriptions bleeding golden light before shattering into dust. A form rose from the center of the seal's remains, tall, impossibly graceful, and wreathed in an aura of something Velith could not comprehend. It was neither celestial nor mortal, neither ghost nor flesh. It bore the shape of a warrior, a four-winged entity draped in ethereal armor, its metallic surface shifting as though caught between states of existence. Yet something about it felt ancient, as though it had stood on battlefields far beyond this world. Its eyes burned with a light not of this realm, and in its grasp a blade unlike any Velith had ever seen, humming with a magic that defied everything he understood. It studied him. Velith moved first. He had to. Something from within him screamed to fell whatever this thing was. The moment stretched impossibly long as he lunged, his sword slicing forward, his psyche latching onto the entity's presence. He activated balanced scales, attempting to weigh their strengths, to redistribute the difference. His psyche flickered and recoiled as it collided with something incomprehensible. His tether to the entity faltered, snapped like a mere thread against something infinitely more complex. His system, his very understanding of balance, was rendered meaningless before this being. It smiled. The moment of realization cost him dearly. The entity moved in a way Velith couldn't anticipate nor comprehend. The blade it wielded was neither steel nor arcane. It was something else, something that unmade rather than cut. His instincts screamed for him to move, but his body, his very will, lagged behind. And then the blade fell. It struck him before he could react, before his psyche could twist fate in his favor. The impact was beyond agony. His nerves burned, his bones vibrated with an alien force, and for a moment his vision went white, as if his very existence was being rewritten. He crashed into the dirt, gasping, his vision blurring. His shield, his new shield, a prized possession, lay in shattered fragments beside him. His armor, forged for battle, was little more than a ruined husk. His sword trembled in his grip, as though sensing the futility of this fight. The entity loomed over him, tilting its head as though considering its next move. It could kill him. It should kill him. But it didn't. Instead, it spoke. The language was unknown to him, but its meaning seared into his mind, bypassing understanding and imprinting itself onto his very being. It has begun. Then, as effortlessly as it had emerged, the entity dissipated. Not into mist, nor into shadow, but into the very air, dispersing like a concept returning to the fabric of reality itself. Velith lay there, breathing raggedly, feeling the earth settle around him as the remnants of the seal faded into nothingness. He did not know what he had just unleashed. He did not know what fate had just played its hand. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. Something had been freed, and the world would never be the same. Velith staggered to his feet, bloodied, battered, but alive. He turned his gaze skyward, where the clouds had begun to churn unnaturally, a dark omen stretching across the heavens. Then, in the distance, the faintest sound, a distant echo of chaos erupting, of something monstrous finding its way into the world. Nireen. Velith forced his body into motion, his vision swimming, his very soul rattled. If this was fate, then he had no choice but to meet it head-on. Chapter 112. Apocalypse Unleashed. Chapter 112. Apocalypse Unleashed. Chaos erupted within seconds of Marcus's dire warning. Nobles scattered from the council hall, each desperate to protect their estates first, leaving the chamber in tense silence. Sylvan's eyes were calm, but Marcus could see the strain behind his composure. He turned deliberately to Thalron. "Our deal still stands, but we have far bigger issues to contend with." Thalron nodded grimly. "We understand." Outside, the city descended into panic. Monstrous, otherworldly creatures surged through the streets, tearing through homes and attacking indiscriminately. Amid the chaos, terrified civilians screamed, desperately seeking refuge. Marcus's jaw tightened in frustration as nobles hastily retreated, disregarding the commoners in peril. Vera's golden eyes burned with disgust. "They're just leaving their people to die." Thalron stepped forward, determination etched across his features. "Marcus, Arixa, and I can guide the civilians back to the Kelcrest estate. It's defensible ground. We can protect them." Marcus nodded without hesitation. "Do it. We'll hold the line." Arixa tightened her grip on her warhammer, eyes wild and fierce. "Stay alive." With an acknowledging glance, Marcus and Vera charged into the chaos, their forms blurring as they raced toward the invading horde. Marcus wasted no time, his body tensed, his instincts sharpening as he activated floating butterfly, stinging bee, and spatial footwork in unison. His entire form flickered, then vanished. The world blurred in bursts of motion. Marcus reappeared in front of one of the creatures, his fist already cocked back. With an earth-shattering boom, his punch landed, obliterating the beast's head in an instant. A sickening crunch followed as its exoskeleton crumpled inward, its body convulsing before collapsing lifelessly. Then he was gone again. Another flash, Marcus emerged behind a pair of creatures mid-lunge. An uppercut. Cracked into one's thorax with such force that its chitin split open, its body flung into a nearby building like a cannonball. Before the other could react, Marcus twisted, driving a chi-infused hook into its side. A delayed explosion of force ruptured outward, tearing it apart from the inside. He didn't stop. Each time he reappeared, he left behind only devastation. A flash of fists and destruction, snapping in and out of existence with pinpoint precision. The air itself seemed to shatter each time he struck, sonic booms rippling through the battlefield. One by one, the creatures fell, unable to react before their bodies were torn asunder. Vera, standing atop a crumbled balcony, watched the chaos unfold before steadying herself. Her grimoire hovered beside her, pages flipping in response to her command. But she didn't rely on incantations this time. Instead, she gripped her staff tightly, its embedded runes glowing as she activated all 10 pre-stored spells at once. The battlefield erupted. A sudden torrential downpour engulfed the city, soaking the creatures in an instant. The rain carried a strange energy, not just water, but something more, an elemental catalyst, enhancing what came next. Vira lifted her staff high, and with a sharp incantation, she called forth a bolt of divine lightning. The heavens answered. A fork of pure white-blue electricity slammed down into the battlefield, coursing through the rain-soaked monstrosities. They convulsed violently, screeching in agony as their bodies locked in place, paralyzed by the charge surging through them. But she wasn't finished. Her fingers danced along her staff's intricate runes, releasing another stored spell. Wind blades. A roaring tempest formed, twisting around her as dozens of razor-sharp currents lashed outward. The paralyzed creatures stood no chance. The wind blades tore through their soaked bodies like paper, severing limbs, carving deep gashes through their torsos, sending insectoid heads tumbling to the ground. Their screeches turned into garbled cries before they collapsed, their bodies twitching in death. Hours passed, an endless cycle of battle against ceaseless waves of beasts. Vira channeled immense power, unleashing a devastating lightning storm that obliterated dozens of creatures. Vera exhaled heavily, her staff buzzing with residual magic. Her knees buckled slightly, the sheer amount of energy she had expended weighing down on her. She dropped to one knee, breathing hard. Her grimoire fell from the air, landing beside her with a dull thud. Panting, she used her staff to push herself back up, her eyes scanning the battlefield for Marcus. She found him in motion, a blur of speed, appearing and disappearing across the battlefield like a phantom of destruction. The way he moved was beyond even what she had seen before, a force of nature given form. Then, for a brief moment, he stopped. He was standing amidst the carnage, his breath heavy. Around him, the bodies of the slain creatures lay in twisted heaps. Their black, inky blood pooled beneath him, steaming against the ruined cobblestone. His hands trembled slightly, adrenaline and exertion battling for dominance. His breathing slowed as he took in the devastation. The once pristine city of Nirene, now a smouldering graveyard of elves and monsters alike. He turned to Vera, his voice ragged. "Is there no end to these things?" Vera steadied herself, forcing her exhausted body to stand tall. Her grimoire twitched, lifting from the ground, pages flipping rapidly as if sensing her will to keep going. She met Marcus's gaze, her own exhaustion evident, but her resolve unshaken. "I don't know," she admitted, gripping her staff tightly, "but we must keep fighting." Lightning crackled across her fingertips once more. The battle was far from over. The Kelcrest estate was under siege. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh as unnatural screeches filled the night. The once pristine estate walls were now lined with bodies, piles of grotesque insectoid monstrosities, their six-bladed limbs twitching in death. Yet, for every beast that fell, more emerged from the darkness, their fanged maws dripping with ichor, their unrelenting hunger driving them forward. Thalron flicked his rapier, the slick viscera clinging to its edge, splattering against the cold stone. He was breathless, his sharp mind constantly assessing their position. Darian, despite his lack of combat prowess, stood firm among the terrified civilians. His presence alone was an anchor, keeping the gathered refugees from descending into panic. He caught Thalron's gaze and nodded. The civilians were safe. For now. That meant it was time to rejoin the battle. Thalron turned back toward the battlements, where Arixa was carnage incarnate. Her warhammer, an infernal-looking thing pulsating as though it had a heartbeat of its own, crushed everything in its path. The ground trembled with each swing, sending shattered bodies and gore flying in every direction. The air around her was thick with the raw, crackling energy of unyielding rage, her kai boiling over, fueling her unnatural strength. Her laugh echoed through the night, wild, unhinged, almost inhuman. Thalron's eyes flicked to the enemy forces pushing toward them. He had never seen creatures like these before. The way they moved, unnatural and erratic, made it impossible to predict their attacks. Their bladed limbs struck against the stone walls, chipping away at the estate's defenses. Their fang-filled maws opened too wide, releasing shrill screeches that sent ice down Thalron's spine. "There's so many." He looked toward Arixa, but she gave no sign that she had heard him. She was lost in the battle, in the slaughter. Her demonic warhammer pulsed, its eerie, rhythmic throbbing intensifying with every kill. It drank in the carnage, feeding off her kai, amplifying her strength beyond reason. One of the creatures, faster than the others, managed to land a blow, a brutal slash meant to carve through her back. It didn't. The creature's bladed limb struck her flesh but didn't pierce. Instead, it skidded off her skin with a dull screech, leaving only a faint red mark. Arixa grinned as she turned to face her would-be attacker. "You think that'll work?" she sneered. Before the beast could react, her free hand shot out, gripping it by the throat. The monster flailed, shrieking, its remaining limbs slashing wildly against her, but Arixa didn't even flinch. Her grip tightened, bones crunched. Then, with a sickening pop, she crushed its skull with terrifying ease, tossing the twitching body aside like trash before leaping into the next group of enemies. Thalron, moving with precise efficiency, activated his void mana. Thalron flowed. A pivot, a cut, limbs severed before the creatures even felt pain. He stepped past them, his rapier tracing an arc of nothingness. Shadows consumed their wounds. Another beast lunged. His dagger flashed. Two heads hit the ground before the bodies caught up. Then, from the far side of the wall, a new wave emerged, larger, faster, more numerous. Thalron's sharp eyes took in their approach, estimating the time before impact. Not long. They needed to stop the horde before it reached the walls, or Kelcrest would be overwhelmed. "Arixa!" he called. For the first time since the battle started, she paused mid-swing, looking at him with bloodlust still blazing in her eyes. He pointed toward the horde. "Launch me at them." Her head tilted slightly, and for a moment he thought she might be too far gone in her rage to comprehend. But then her lips curled into a feral grin. "Now we're talking." Arixa planted her feet, lowering her warhammer. The moment Thalron's boots hit the flat of the hammer's massive head, he bent his knees, coiling like a spring. "Ready?" she asked, though she was already swinging. "Do it," Thalron said. She swung with all her strength. The force was colossal. Thalron was launched like a missile, the sheer acceleration forcing him to activate his wind magic mid-flight just to stabilize himself. As he soared toward the enemy, he activated fire mana. His rapier and dagger ignited, flames coiling around his weapons as he twisted in the air, his body rotating into a spiraling buzzsaw of destruction. The beast screeched as he collided with them like a burning comet. His spinning blades tore through them like paper, severing limbs, splitting torsos, setting bodies ablaze. One by one they fell, their charred remains crumbling in his wake. By the time he landed, the ground behind him was a field of burning corpses. Thalron straightened, exhaling as he flicked the remaining embers from his rapier. The battle wasn't over, not even close. Across the burning city, Marcus staggered under another wave of creatures, frustration mounting. Stem's voice broke urgently through his thoughts. "Marcus, these beasts do not belong to this world." Marcus dodged an attack, countering swiftly. Marcus felt something shift, the weight of understanding hitting him like a hammer. This wasn't just an invasion, this wasn't just a battle. This was the world breaking. "Stem," Marcus whispered. "Tell me this isn't what I think it is." Stem's silence stretched a moment too long, then, "I can extrapolate no other conclusion." Marcus swallowed hard, his fists clenched. "Shit." Before Marcus could process further, the battlefield shook as something crashed down like a meteor, sending shockwaves through the ruins. Marcus and Vera tensed, bracing for another monstrosity. Then the dust settled. A figure stood amidst the wreckage. Velith, bloodied, beaten, but unbroken. His blade scraped against the stone, his breath ragged. He looked at Marcus, eyes burning despite the exhaustion. "You again," Velith murmured, a hint of a smirk tugging at his lips. "It seems fate won't let us walk separate paths." Marcus, despite the gravity of their situation, couldn't suppress a weary, ironic grin. "I was just thinking the same thing." Chapter 113, Magic Battery. Chapter 113, Magic Battery. The battlefield was a storm of blood, shattered chitin and screaming horrors. Marcus moved like a force of nature, his fists shattering exoskeletons with each devastating blow. Every time he appeared, another creature was left broken, its body crumpling into steaming piles of black ichor. Floating butterfly, stinging bee, and spatial footwork made him a blur of destruction, his movements too fast for the mind to register. Every step sent shockwaves through the ruined streets, every strike a thunderclap of raw, condensed power. Vyra fought differently, methodically, weaving spells with the last dregs of her mana. Her fingers trembled as she traced sigils mid-air, her grimoire flipping through its pages automatically, sensing her desperation. Each time she lifted her staff, a fresh wave of elemental destruction was unleashed. Blades of wind carving through hardened chitin, torrents of lightning frying beasts where they stood. But it wasn't enough. They just kept coming. Her vision blurred as exhaustion set in. "I'm running out of mana," she realized with a sinking dread. The sheer number of enemies felt endless. "At this rate, we're going to be overrun." Then something strange happened. Her grimoire buzzed violently, as if possessed. The pages flipped of their own accord, faster and faster, until they stopped on an unfamiliar spell. Vera's eyes widened as she read the contents, her mind racing to process the information. Magic Battery. It wasn't just a technique, it was a forbidden technique, one she had never even heard of before. But in this moment, it might be their only hope. "Marcus, Velith, come to me," she shouted, her voice cutting through the battlefield. Marcus, mid-dodge, turned his head, his instincts flaring. Vera never calls for help unless it's serious. "On my way," he shouted, vanishing from his spot as he burst forward. Velith, his sword slick with the black ichor of fallen beasts, didn't hesitate either. He spun through another foe, cutting through its throat in a single motion before pivoting towards Vera. Both of them reached her side within moments, bloodied but standing firm. "What is it?" Marcus demanded, eyes sharp. Vera simply pointed to her grimoire. Velith narrowed his gaze as he scanned the page, his lips parted slightly as realization dawned. "Magic battery." Before either could question further, Stem's voice rang out in Marcus's mind. "Marcus, I have analyzed the spell and cross-referenced it with my existing knowledge. I have formulated a plan." Marcus inhaled sharply. "Tell me." "This technique allows two magic users to expel all of their remaining energy into a single recipient. Due to Velith's unique application of Psyche, he is the optimal conduit. You and Vera must channel all of your remaining mana, Kai and Psyche into him." Marcus frowned. "But Velith only uses Psyche. Vera only uses mana. I can use all three, but how will he utilize my mana and Kai?" "Incorrect," Stem corrected. "During the transference process, mana and Kai will condense into raw magical potential before entering Velith. His Psyche ability will be amplified exponentially, shaped by the volume of magic received." Marcus's eyes widened. "That means he can project his influence over the entire battlefield." He turned to Vera and Velith. "We're doing this. Now." Vera nodded, though she looked uncertain. Velith, on the other hand, smirked. "I don't know what's about to happen, but I like the sound of it." The three formed a triangle, pressing their palms together. A pulse of energy surged between them. The world fell silent for an instant. Then, a shockwave of pure power erupted outward, illuminating the battlefield in golden light. Magic flooded Velith's body, his veins glowing with unnatural brilliance. His Psyche surged, expanding beyond its previous limits, tendrils of golden energy lashing outward like unseen hands gripping reality itself. Then, a golden dome engulfed the battlefield. Across Nireen, the world shifted. At the Valan estate, Sylvan struck down another beast, with a casual flick of his blade, his expression almost bored. "Like swatting gnats," he muttered. Then suddenly, the creatures stopped. Sylvan's smirk faded. "Huh?" At the Kelcrest estate, Thalron and Arixa fought side by side, their blades flashing through the endless tide of horrors. Thalron pivoted mid-swing. "Wait," he muttered. Arixa, lost in her battle rage, paused only because she could sense it too. The monsters, relentless just moments ago, had frozen in place. "Why? Are they just standing there?" Thalron asked, wary. Arixa, gripping her warhammer, tilted her head. "What the hell is going on?" Back on the battlefield, Velith opened his eyes. The entire horde of monsters stood motionless, locked in his Psyche grip. His expression flickered with something dangerous. Then he smiled. "Now, kill each other." The battlefield exploded into chaos once more, but this time it was the monsters that tore themselves apart. Bladed limbs ripped through exoskeletons, fangs shredded flesh. Creatures turned on each other in a frenzy, unable to resist Velith's command. A bloodbath unfolded, the horde devouring itself in a mindless slaughter. The group watched, awestruck. Minutes passed, then finally the last beast collapsed, gurgling on its own ichor. A suffocating silence followed. Marcus, panting, wiped blood from his face. That was insane. Velith, still absorbing the feeling of raw power coursing through him, laughed. "I think I like this power." Thalron and Arixa rejoined them, their expressions wary. "What the hell just happened?" Arixa asked, gripping her warhammer. Velith smirked. "We just saved the city." A slow, deliberate clap echoed through the ruined battlefield. The group turned as Sylvan emerged from the shadows. "Don't speak too soon," he said, his voice tinged with something ominous. "I'm getting troubling reports. A nearby dungeon has opened, and monsters are pouring through. The weight of his words crushed the momentary relief. Vira frowned, adjusting her grip on her staff. That's impossible. Dungeon portals don't open on their own, and they never stay open. The silence stretched too long. Then Stem's voice echoed in Marcus's mind. Marcus, I must warn you, if my readings are correct, multiple dungeon portals have opened at Nyrene's borders. Marcus's stomach dropped. Multiple? His gaze darkened as he relayed the information to the group. Arixa clenched her fists. So what? We killed these things. We'll just do it again. Vera's expression remained tense. No, Arixa. Dungeon creatures are different. They don't just rampage. They follow rules. And if the portals aren't closing… Marcus finished the thought, his voice grim. Then someone, or something, is holding them open. A heavy silence followed. The battle was far from over, and this time it wasn't just about the city. Something else was coming, and it was worse. Chapter 1, 114. The Seals of Apocalypse. Chapter 114. The Seals of Apocalypse. The air in Nyrene was thick with tension. Though the battlefield was momentarily silent, the distant howls of unknown creatures echoed from beyond the ruined city. The fires from the earlier battle cast long shadows across the stone streets, illuminating the grim expressions of the warriors gathered. Sylvan stood at the center. Several Voxyakir stones hovered in front of him, buzzing with magical energy as reports flooded in. His long ears twitching as he listened intently, and when he finally spoke, his voice was low but firm. Nyrene has several dungeons within its borders, but 3 in particular stand out as our immediate concern. He retrieved a map from his satchel, marking 3 specific locations. 2 are labyrinth dungeons, and 1 is an elemental dungeon. Vera frowned, arms crossed. Labyrinth dungeons? Those aren't supposed to open unless someone deliberately activates it. Marcus exhaled sharply. Same goes for elemental dungeons. They definitely don't just stay open on their own, and nothing is ever supposed to come out. His fists clenched. If these dungeons are actively spawning monsters, then something is overriding their natural order. Siltheven nodded, face grim. Exactly. And there's something else. You've all fought in Nyrene's dungeons before. His gaze flicked between Marcus, Vera, Thalron, Arixa, and Velith. Tell me, have you ever seen anything like these creatures before? A heavy silence settled over them. No one answered, because the truth was they hadn't. Not in any dungeon, not in any battle. The monstrous insectoids they had just fought were utterly foreign. Unnatural. Marcus let out a slow breath, his thoughts racing. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught Velith's expression. The man was uncharacteristically tense. Then, softly, Velith stepped forward and muttered, I think I may have caused this. Marcus's head snapped toward him. What? Velith hesitated, scanning the faces around them before lowering his voice further. Before all of this started, I came across a dungeon unlike anything I've ever seen. It had an orcish number 4 engraved into its entrance. His fingers curled into a fist as he continued. When I entered, I didn't find monsters. I didn't find a boss. I found something called a seal. The group tensed. Velith's jaw tightened. And something was inside, something ancient. When it woke up, his voice turned bitter. I never stood a chance. It defeated me effortlessly, and just before leaving, it simply said, It has begun. A tense silence followed. Then Stem's voice cut through Marcus's thoughts. Marcus, the orcish number 4 is likely an order designation. In some ancient cultures, numerical seals represented the sequence in which catastrophic events would unfold. Marcus stiffened. Like a countdown? Precisely. Consider the human religious text, Revelation 6:7-8. The 4th seal unleashed death upon the world. If this follows a similar structure… Marcus's blood ran cold. If this was the 4th seal, how many more were left? He exhaled sharply, turning to Velith. This isn't your fault. Velith's eyes darkened. If I hadn't… Marcus cut him off, voice steady. We don't have time for guilt. We handle this now, then we talk. He clamped a firm hand on Velith's shoulder. Right now, We stop this before it gets worse. Velith took a shaky breath before nodding. Marcus turned back to the group. We divide and conquer. The decision was made. Each team would take on one of the 3 dungeons. Sylvan, his small army, and Thalron would handle the first labyrinth dungeon, one positioned deep in the ruins of Nyrene's forgotten districts. Arixa and Velith would take on the second labyrinth dungeon, located near the ancient Colosseum ruins, a known high-tier dungeon zone. Marcus and Vera would head straight for the elemental dungeon, positioned just outside Nyrene's southern gates. The warriors exchanged nods. "Don't die," Arixa grinned at Marcus, gripping her warhammer. Marcus smirked. "Ditto." With that, they split. Marcus and Vera were the first to arrive. The dungeon entrance loomed before them, a massive stone portal pulsing with unstable energy. Unlike standard dungeon portals, which were a controlled, steady glow, this one flickered erratically, as if something was breaking through. The ground trembled as creatures poured out in steady waves. The moment Marcus took a step forward, his gauntlets buzzed violently, arcs of energy crackling along his arms. Marcus immediately froze. Vera noticed. "Marcus, what's wrong?" Marcus lifted his hands, watching the faint symbols glow on the gauntlet's surface. This happened before. His mind flashed back, the Resorc seals. During their previous battle, when the massive demonic red orc had been unleashed, his gauntlets had reacted. But why? "Marcus," Stem's voice was steady. "If I had to make an educated guess, the gifts we received from the boss rush dungeon may be the key to stopping the seals." Marcus's heart skipped a beat. That dungeon, the brutal, non-stop gauntlet of bosses they had fought before escaping with their lives, the rewards they had received. They weren't just random rewards, they were preparations. Marcus turned his gaze toward the portal, his resolve hardening. "It means we stop this now." His aura flared, Kai, Mana, and Psyche crackling along his skin. Vyra inhaled, she allowed her grimoire to float. The runic symbols etched upon it blazed to life, resonating with the portal's unstable magic. She nodded. "Let's shut this thing down." The sky above them churned unnaturally, thick black clouds spiraling in a way that defied logic. The very atmosphere crackled with instability, the telltale sign of spatial distortions. Marcus and Vera didn't need to exchange words. The entrance to the elemental dungeon was in sight. But it wasn't just its presence. Something inside was already pushing through. In the distance, beyond the skeletal remains of watchtowers and war-torn walls, the dungeon portal loomed. Unlike standard dungeons, where the entrance shimmered like a mirage, this one flickered erratically, as if its existence was being forcibly sustained by some greater force. The ground beneath their feet trembled. Then the monsters came. A wave of unnatural horrors surged forward from the dungeon's unstable rift, not just insectoids this time, but creatures of pure elemental fury. Golems made of molten rock, their bodies wreathed in fire, stomped forward with seismic force, their ember-like eyes locked on Marcus and Vyra. From the left, fluid monstrosities of coagulated water surged across the battlefield, their shapeless forms slithering unnaturally, their very existence rejecting physical form as they lashed out with tendrils of razor-sharp liquid. And from above, the wind howled. The air itself twisted into living cyclones, spiraling masses of cutting gales that shrieked like tortured souls. Marcus's eyes narrowed. "We need to move. Now." Vera barely had time to respond before a fire golem lunged. Its massive fist, wreathed in roaring flames, crashed down toward them. Marcus vanished. Boom! The impact cratered the ground where he had just stood, sending debris flying. He reappeared above the golem, his fists already coated in crackling kai. Floating butterfly, stinging bee. Crack. His fist slammed into the golem's stone-like head, shattering molten rock and sending lava-like blood splattering across the battlefield. But the creature didn't fall. Instead, it roared, its very body reconstructing, molten metal reforming as it twisted toward him. Marcus cursed. Regeneration? Vera, still on the ground, slammed her staff down, sending a shockwave of mana surging outward. "Duck!" she shouted. Marcus, trusting her blindly, teleported out of the way. A column of lightning erupted from the earth, blasting through the fire golem's core. It let out a horrific wail, the pure elemental force overwhelming its unstable form. Then it exploded into a shower of molten shards. But there was no time to celebrate. The air beast struck next. With a deafening screech, the living cyclones descended, their whirling bodies slicing through stone as if it were nothing. Vira barely had time to raise a wind barrier before dozens of invisible blades tore through the air, slicing through her spellwork. She gritted her teeth. Wind magic. Doesn't work against wind magic, she muttered. Marcus landed beside her, his eyes locked onto the approaching creatures. Then we hit them with something they can't counter. Before she could ask, Marcus took one step forward, then vanished. Spatial footwork, second step. In an instant, he was everywhere at once, reappearing and vanishing mid-motion, his fists collapsing the air around him with each strike. Boom, boom, boom. The air creatures faltered. The force of Marcus's blows disrupted their very form, distorting their core magic structure. They convulsed, twisting unnaturally before shattering apart into dissipating wind. Vera exhaled sharply, scanning the battlefield. For every enemy they defeated, more poured from the portal. This wasn't normal dungeon behavior. Dungeons didn't pour out monsters indefinitely. Vera clenched her jaw. Marcus, we can't keep this up. We have to get inside. Marcus wiped black ichor from his cheek. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The elemental dungeon's entrance loomed just beyond the battlefield, but a horde of creatures blocked the way. There was no clearing a path, only one option left. Marcus turned to Vera. We blast through. Vera's golden eyes gleamed. I thought you'd never say it. She lifted her staff, the runes on its surface pulsing violently. Marcus braced himself, his kai surging to its limit. Then, at the same time, they unleashed hell. Marcus teleported straight into the thick of the horde, his gauntlets sparking with unstable energy, their silver-blue glow intensifying. Each punch rippled outward, causing delayed chain explosions, sending elemental creatures crashing into each other. Vera, from a distance, whispered a spell, then unleashed it all at once. 10 pre-stored incantations burst forward. A storm of elemental fury engulfed the battlefield. Lightning arced violently, hurricanes spiraled outward, and the earth itself split open, swallowing entire waves of monsters into the abyss. The destruction was absolute, and in the chaos, Marcus and Vera sprinted for the dungeon's entrance. Behind them, the battlefield collapsed into a storm of raging elements and carnage. And as they crossed the threshold, Marcus's gauntlets hummed with resonance, a deep pulse of power echoing through his bones. The dungeon portal shifted, the unstable flickering calmed. But Marcus felt it. Something was waiting for them inside, something far worse than what they had just faced. Chapter 1, 115, Element 115. Chapter 115, Element 115. Arixa's warhammer came down with a sickening crack, splitting the latest monstrosity in two, its thick black ichor spraying across the blood-stained cobblestones. The pulsing veins of its chitinous body convulsed before collapsing into a motionless heap. No time to celebrate. Arixa pivoted, sensing movement to her left, just as another beast lunged at her. Its bladed limbs gleamed, raised high to cleave her in half. She caught the limb mid-swipe, muscles tensing as she gripped its cold, segmented exoskeleton. The creature screeched, thrashing, but Arixa's grip didn't budge. With a snarl, she ripped the limb clean off, blood and cartilage snapping under her brute strength. Before the beast could react, she swung upward. Her warhammer met its skull with catastrophic force. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, the creature's head caving in like brittle stone. A sickening crunch followed as its body slumped to the ground. Beside her, Velith moved like a spectre of death. His blade weaved through the battle, finding openings in the beast's tough exteriors. Precise, effortless, lethal. One quick step. Velith sidestepped a lunging monster, a single thrust to the throat. The beast gargled, collapsing, black blood gushing from the wound. Another enemy leapt from behind. Without looking, Velith flipped his sword in reverse and impaled the creature through the eye in one fluid motion. Arixa exhaled, wiping sweat from her brow, her breath heavy. Damn things don't stop coming. Velith slashed through another creature before shaking the black ichor from his blade. His voice remained steady, controlled. They're slowing, though. We just have to hold until... A deafening screech tore through the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The remaining creatures froze, their multifaceted eyes twitching, before they suddenly turned their heads toward the horizon, as if sensing something. Arixa's grip tightened around her hammer. That didn't sound like slowing. Velith sighed, rolling his shoulders. His muscles tensed. Looks like round 6. Neither hesitated. They braced for the next wave. Thalron moved like flowing water, his rapier flicking through the air with deadly precision. Each stroke severed limbs, pierced exoskeletons, and ended lives before the beasts even registered they had been struck. A clawed limb shot toward him. Thalron tilted his head, dodging it by a fraction of an inch before plunging his dagger into the creature's throat. The beast shuddered and fell, twitching. Slyvan stood nearby, unbothered by the chaos. His movements were lazy, almost dismissive, swatting aside hulking monsters as if they were mere insects. His piercing gaze scanned the battlefield. He observed, he evaluated, he judged. They're doing surprisingly well, he murmured to himself, then shrugged. These casualties are acceptable. Then a blur of motion descended from the rooftops. A figure landed without a sound, a casual brush of dust from his shoulder. A lazy grin. Vilis Iltheron, the white blade, had arrived. Thalron tensed. Slyvan barely spared him a glance. "What are you doing here?" he asked, tone flat. "Shouldn't you be protecting your house and lord?" Valis scoffed, his trademark smirk playing across his lips. "My lord's estate is clear. And besides," he chuckled, "the monsters devoured each other." Thalron's eyes narrowed. Velith's psyche field. "I didn't want to sit around," Valis continued, tilting his head toward Thalron. His smirk widened. "So now I'm here." Slyvan waved a dismissive hand. "Then make yourself useful." Valis mock-bowed, then turned toward Thalron. His smirk deepened. He winked, then he vanished. Thalron's eyes barely tracked the movement. The white blade became a blur of motion, dashing through the enemy lines like a spectral force of destruction. A white streak cut through the horde. The sheer momentum of his Kai-infused motion sent monsters skyward, their bodies spinning mid-air. Valis skidded to a stop, flicked viscera from his blade. The creatures, still falling, exploded. Chitin and flesh burst apart in the wake of his movement, raining lifeless bodies across the battlefield. Then he turned. His gaze met Thalron's, and in one unspoken moment, Thalron understood the message. If we had fought outside of structured duels, I would have won with ease. Thalron's grip on his rapier tightened. Marcus drove his fist through a beast's skull, the impact sending shockwaves outward. The creature collapsed lifelessly, its blood pooling at his feet. He exhaled, shaking off the excess gore from his gauntlets. "Finally," he muttered. Vera stood beside him, her golden eyes smoldering, residual lightning flickering around her fingers. The last of her opponents lay smoldering at her feet, charred beyond recognition. She lifted a hand, assessing it. Her mana reserves were low. "How are you holding up?" Marcus asked, his voice edged with exhaustion. Vera flexed her fingers, rolling her shoulders. "Mana's running low, but..." She smirked faintly. "I'll manage." Marcus turned toward the unstable dungeon portal, its energy flickering violently. Unlike typical dungeon entrances, which remained stable and uniform, this one flashed erratically, like something was trying to break through. His gauntlets buzzed again. The symbols on their surface glowed faintly, pulsating with an unsettling energy. Vera noticed. "Still reacting?" Marcus nodded. "More than before." "What about your grimoire? That thing seems to have a mind of its own." "Yeah, it's been behaving, strangely, like it's anticipating my needs," Vera said, eyes locked to the grimoire in question. She looked at Marcus. "You and Stem know something, don't you?" Marcus sighed. "Vira, you know I trust you more than anyone. I didn't want to cause panic, but this and all the other weird shit we've experienced might be connected to something bigger." Vera's brow twisted, worry plastered on her face, but as she began to ask for more information, an energy, so volatile, almost audible, surged from the dungeon's portal entrance. Vera narrowed her eyes, watching the unstable energy swirl around the portal's edges. Something was wrong. "Whatever's on the other side," she muttered, "it's different from anything we've faced before." Marcus rolled his shoulders, stepping forward. "We have to get in there. Let's stop standing around." Vera exhaled sharply, gathering the last of her arcane strength. "Right behind you." With one final look at the battlefield they had cleared, they stepped into the dungeon's depths, and the world shifted around them. Chapter 116. A Warning. Chapter 116. A Warning. Marcus and Vera stepped through the portal, and reality broke. Marcus didn't fall. Vera didn't fall. But they were falling. Not down, not up, but inward. Their thoughts, their senses, they unraveled, stretched into thin, meaningless threads that spun through infinity. Who am I? Where was I before this? The questions echoed, but they had no answers. Their bodies flickered between existence and non-existence, shifting through dimensions they could not perceive. Their pasts and futures blurred until Marcus and Vera slammed into something solid, their minds snapping back into awareness like taut strings released from unbearable tension. They gasped for air, but had they been breathing before? Their senses reeled, their bodies struggled to reorient themselves in a space that shouldn't exist. The chaos of their entrance faded, replaced by a world that was too simple, too perfect. Marcus rose to his feet, then he rose to his feet again, and again, and again. His body reset itself infinitely in the same movement, like a skipped frame in time. A thin, creeping panic gnawed at his thoughts, but he shoved it down. Not now. Beside him, Vera clutched her head. "Marcus, something's wrong." Everything was wrong. They stood upon an endless path of smooth white stone, stretching beyond the limits of comprehension. Not multiple paths, just one. There was no sky, no horizon, no sun, no moon, only the path. Vera turned sharply, searching for the portal they had stepped through. But behind them, the same path stretched, endless. Marcus spun on his heel, his heartbeat hammering in his ears. Left, right, below, above, the same, everywhere, no way back. Marcus swallowed. The air was too still, his breath had no echo. It was as if this place swallowed the concept of sound. "Stem," Marcus called internally, forcing his mind into coherence. "What do we do?" Stem's voice was steady, too steady. "You must go forward." Marcus frowned. "Forward? I see no end." Stem paused. Finally he spoke. "I don't know how to explain this, Marcus, but in this space, the concept of time does not exist. You must walk forward. You will, and never will, reach your destination." Marcus's breath hitched. "You will, and never will." His mind fought to make sense of it. Vera shook her head violently. "This is wrong." Marcus exhaled sharply. "It doesn't matter if it's wrong." He met her gaze, anchoring himself in her reality, her presence. "If we have to walk, then we walk." She took a steadying breath. "Right." Together they moved, what felt like, forward. Their steps were infinite. Each time Marcus placed his foot down, it felt as though he had taken 1,000,000 steps and none at all. The path didn't move beneath them, or maybe they weren't moving at all. Vera whispered, "Every time I take a step, it feels like I've gone somewhere, but I can only perceive what's around me." Marcus clenched his jaw. "I feel it too." They walked, and walked, and walked. Were hours passing? Were eons passing? Are we aging? A sick dread pooled in Marcus's stomach. What if there was no end? What if it had already ended? Then, "Welcome, little light." The words shattered across their minds like an earthquake in reality itself. Vera gasped, clutching her ears. "Marcus, where?" The voice was nowhere and everywhere. Neither male nor female, neither soft nor loud, neither kind nor cruel. Marcus spun wildly. "Where are you?" A slow, indulgent chuckle. "I'm right here." They turned. And it was there, a celestial monstrosity, divine and hellish, androgynous and unknowable. It had 4 wings, feathered in light and dripping with the void. It lounged upon a chaise of impossible craftsmanship, folded lazily against an invisible throne of existence itself. And in its cupped hands it held something alive, a liquid that was and wasn't. It sipped from it, as if drinking from the fabric of reality itself. Marcus couldn't breathe. Vera collapsed immediately, her body buckling under the impossible pressure of its presence. Marcus staggered, every nerve screaming subjugation. His vision blurred at the edges, his soul itself trembled. He summoned everything he had, Kai, mana, psyche, flaring his power at once. The pressure lessened slightly, but the being barely noticed. It took another casual sip, golden light dripping from its lips. And suddenly, they were in a room, an ornate golden box without windows or doors. No, not arrived. They had always been here. Marcus's breath came in short, ragged bursts. The being sighed contentedly, setting aside its drink. "You found me again, little light." "What the hell are you talking about?" He gritted his teeth. "We've never met." The being smiled, as if hearing a joke it had heard 1,000 times before. "Oh, we've met. We always do." Marcus's heart pounded in his chest. His thoughts were fracturing, his mind screaming to reject the impossible truth behind the being's words. "I don't know what you're talking about," he growled, forcing himself to stand his ground. "But we're going to end you. We're going to stop your siege on our world." The being laughed, not cruelly, not mockingly, but genuinely. "You defeat us." It grinned, eyes gleaming. "You never do, little light. But it is always fun watching you try." Marcus gritted his teeth. "We've already defeated one of you." The being stretched and sighed dramatically. "You mean my brother?" It waved a hand dismissively. "You and your little companions didn't beat him. You merely stalled his arrival. You only faced a speck of his power." Marcus's mind raced. A speck. The being smirked. "But honestly, our battles, you, me, and my brethren, are among the few things we look forward to during our waking hours. It makes the monotony of reshaping worlds enjoyable." Marcus felt a pit in his stomach. This thing was talking about destruction as if it were a game. His voice was hoarse. "Why do you keep calling me little light? How do you know me?" The being leaned forward, its gaze piercing into him. "You? I don't know you." It smiled, slow and deliberate. "I know your power. I have tasted its robust flavor many times." A golden tongue licked across the being's lips. "The light of hope upon my tongue is always refreshing." Marcus felt cold. Vera, finally able to withstand the being's aura, forced herself to her feet, her staff trembling in her grip. Marcus clenched his fists. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but we're going to end you here and now. We're going to close your portals." The being laughed, not amused, excited. "We will fight in— what is that word again?" It tapped its chin, genuinely thinking, "Ah, yes, time." Then its expression darkened. But not yet. It raised a hand. Reality collapsed. Marcus and Vera had no time to react. A force unlike anything they had ever felt slammed into them. Their bones broke, their skin burned, as if the very concept of kinetic force itself had slammed into them. The world twisted. Colors bled together. Then, darkness. When Marcus and Vera opened their eyes, they were back in their world, outside the dungeon portal, whole, untouched, as if nothing had happened. Marcus gasped, his body trembling. Vera clutched her chest, her breath ragged. They turned to each other, unable to speak, unable to comprehend. Then, a whisper seeped from beyond the dungeon portal. "Get stronger, little light. Our coming is almost nigh." Chapter 1. 117. The Revelation. The battlefield, once filled with the deafening sounds of combat, clashing steel, monstrous shrieks, and the heavy breathing of warriors, fell into an eerie stillness. Thalron wiped his brow, his rapier dripping with the ichor of slain creatures. He turned to Valis, who leaned casually against a pile of chitinous corpses, his blade still humming with residual energy. Is it over? Thalron asked, his voice carrying an edge of uncertainty. Slyvan stood nearby, his eyes closed, listening intently as the vibrations of his many voxiarchia stones whispered reports from across Nirene. The magical stones floated around him, glowing faintly, each carrying the voices of his scouts, commanders, and trusted advisors. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I don't know. The monsters have stopped coming through, but the portals are still open. He exhaled sharply, fingers running along his temples as more reports filtered in. The situation is the same across all 3 dungeons, he confirmed. The flood of creatures has stopped, but something is keeping the gates from closing. His words did little to reassure anyone. The portals still pulsed with unnatural energy, open wounds in the fabric of their world. On the other side of Nirene, Arixa and Velith stood among the remains of the 2nd dungeon's battlefield. Velith lowered his blade, his breath steady, but his grip tight. The air no longer trembled with incoming enemies, yet the dungeon portal in front of them remained wide open, flickering between states of existence. It stopped, Velith muttered. The dungeon isn't releasing more of those monstrosities. Arixa let out a heavy breath, resting her massive warhammer on her shoulder. Yeah, but why the hell hasn't it closed? She asked, her voice filled with unease. Velith watched the swirling abyss of the portal, a sinking feeling in his gut. Because something is keeping it open. Arixa's expression hardened. They weren't finished here, not yet. Miles away, at the southern dungeon site, Marcus and Vyra stood before the still-open portal. The battlefield around them was littered with the remains of the elemental monstrosities they had fought so hard to defeat, yet none of it mattered. Not anymore. Because they had seen something far worse, something incomprehensible. Vera trembled, clutching her staff so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her voice was quiet, uncertain. What was that? Marcus remained silent for a long time, his fists clenched at his sides, his eyes locked onto the swirling portal as if expecting that thing to re-emerge. This world is coming to an end, he finally said. Vera turned to him in shock. What? What do you mean? Marcus exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand down his face as he gathered his thoughts. Finally, he spoke, his voice heavy with something absolute. Stem told me about something called the restructuring. It's what happens when the system, or something beyond it, decides a world has outlived its usefulness. When it deems it necessary to wipe out an entire civilization to make way for something new. Vera's breath hitched. She stared at Marcus as if she hadn't heard him correctly. You're saying, we're being wiped out? Marcus nodded, his expression grim. Yes, and we're not the first. Vera remained silent, unable to process the weight of those words. Marcus continued, his voice growing darker. Do you remember the Sirius dungeon? Vera's eyes widened slightly. The ruined world? Marcus nodded. You, Baruch, and Ragn believed it was just another dungeon. But it wasn't. It was my old world. Vera's breath caught in her throat. Marcus. The rot, the devastation, the ruin we walked through. That was Earth, my home. At some point after I was reborn here, Earth went through its own restructuring. Silence hung between them like an unbreakable chain. Vera swallowed hard. Ancestor's grace. Marcus, I'm so sorry. Marcus shook his head. There's no need for sorries. This is my home now, and I'll be damned if I let what happened to Earth happen to Terra. His voice burned with conviction. His eyes were alight with something fierce, something unbreakable. That thing, whatever it was, made a mistake when it let us go. We will get stronger. We will defeat them. He turned to face Vera fully. I was never really accepted in my old world. I never belonged anywhere. But now, I have a family. I have people I love. His gaze lingered on her. Vera felt her heart tighten. The weight of Marcus's words grounded her. The fear, the hopelessness, it all melted away in the presence of his absolute certainty. She let out a slow breath, forcing a small smile. Then we fight, she said. Then Stem spoke. Speaking of gaining power, Marcus paused. Stem? My time with you, Marcus, has revealed much about this world. its magic, the system, and myself. As I've said before, the system and the magic of this world are separate. I've been slowly gaining knowledge about how they cohabitate. Through you, I've learned about the true nature of Psyche, Mana, and Kai. And now, after tasting that being's power, I can change things. I can change you. Marcus tensed. What are you saying? Stem's voice took on an unfamiliar tone, something deep, something powerful. Evolution. I want to change the way you interact with the system, Psyche and Kai. There have been many like you before, Marcus, and many of them have failed. The only difference between them and you is me. The word sent a chill down Marcus's spine. If you allow it, Stem continued, I will transform you into something greater. Something that can withstand the full might of those beings. Your power will still need to be cultivated, but I assure you, with my guidance, your skill, and your determination, you will defeat them. Marcus was silent, his heart pounded in his chest. Evolution. He had come to this world as a man on borrowed time. He had fought, bled, and clawed his way to strength. But even now he knew he wasn't strong enough. Not yet. The celestial being had made that clear. If he wanted to stop the restructuring, if he wanted to protect this world, protect his people, then there was no choice. A slow grin spread across Marcus's face. Evolution, he said. I like the sound of that. Let's do it. Chapter 1. 118. Ascendant 1. Chapter 118. Ascendant 1. The air around Marcus was thick with tension, heavy as if the universe itself was waiting to see what would happen next. Following Stem's instructions, he sat with a straight spine, legs crossed comfortably on the ground, hands resting gently on his lap, palms facing upwards, his face relaxed with his eyes gently closed, focusing on his breath while maintaining a stable and comfortable posture. Vira stood beside him, knuckles white as she gripped her staff, her grimoire floating silently beside her. Her golden eyes flickered with uncertainty. She had seen Marcus endure pain before, had seen him fight through exhaustion, wounds, and impossible odds. Marcus told her there would be pain, but she knew in her heart and soul that this would be different. Stem's voice resonated in Marcus's mind, steady but solemn. Marcus, no matter what you feel, see or hear, stay present with me. Stem paused for the briefest of moments, then said, I'm sorry, but this process will not be painless. I have to unmake you, then I have to rebuild your very essence from the atomic level. Marcus exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as if preparing for an impact. He expected pain, he just had no concept of how much. Stem spoke again. Please instruct Vera to constantly let her healing mana flow through you, he continued. Tell her she can't stop or falter, no matter what she sees, no matter what she hears. Marcus opened his eyes and turned slightly. Vera. His voice was unnervingly calm. Whatever happens, keep healing me. Don't stop. Vera hesitated. Marcus, what exactly is... Promise me. She swallowed, then nodded. I promise. Marcus exhaled again and closed his eyes. Stem spoke once more. Are you ready, Marcus? He asked. Marcus clenched his fists. Yes. And then, everything broke. There was no transition, no build-up. One moment, Marcus was whole. The next, his mind fractured, his bones broke and disintegrated. His blood sizzled and boiled away, vaporizing into nothing. His nerves shriveled and died, blackening like burnt threads. His heart stopped, then imploded in his chest. His muscles twisted, folded, then devoured themselves. His body folded inward, collapsed upon itself, and stretched outward again, like a paradox of destruction and rebirth happening all at once. Marcus was present for every moment of it. This was not pain. Pain was an inconvenience. This was annihilation. The agony transcended the body. When his flesh had long since dissolved, when there was nothing left but the fractured echoes of his being, his soul still burned, it vibrated with pain. Vera watched, her breath hitched in pure horror. Marcus's body wasn't just breaking, it was erasing itself. His skin blistered and cracked apart like molten glass. His limbs elongated, then withered, twisting at unnatural angles, reshaping themselves like clay being pounded, torn apart, stretched, and recombined all at once. His ribs folded inward, his face contorted and blurred, reality itself rejecting what he was becoming. Her ears burned as his screams turned to grunts, then to gurgles, then nothing. She wanted to scream, to stop this madness, but she didn't dare. The only thing keeping him tethered was her mana. She forced herself to stay steady, even as Marcus ceased to be human before her eyes. Marcus floated in a void. There was no light, no sound, no concept of time, only pain. "Stay with me, Marcus." Stem's voice was distant, distorted, barely reaching his shattered consciousness. Marcus wanted to scream, but he had no lungs to draw breath, no voice to cry out, no mouth for the sound to escape. He had no body at all. Then, a light, a blue sphere of pure energy surged toward him. It struck. Mana. The energy ripped through his soul. It slowly assembled in the place of where his blood vessel and lungs once stood. Then it swirled. He felt every molecule bend, every atom twist into something new. Before he could process it, another sphere came crashing into him. Yellow. Psyche. The force of it nearly obliterated his consciousness as it filled the place in which his brain and nervous system had once been. His thoughts shattered into incoherent static. Then the last sphere came. Red Kai. It didn't strike him like the others. It tore through him. His life essence itself ignited, scorching through his soul. It filled the space where once his skin and muscles had been. It rewrote him from the inside out. The pain reached a crescendo, and Marcus bore it. Through all of it, he remained present. The three energies collided, fought for dominance. They twisted, compressed, coalesced. And finally, they became one. The blackened remnants of his soul were reborn, a shimmering dark energy wrapped around his form, neither Kai nor Psyche nor Mana, but something beyond them. Then, in the final moment, Marcus saw his system screen, except it was breaking. Numbers twisted into unintelligible gibberish, his level shattered into fractured equations, his abilities dissolved into a cascade of numbers. Then, system error. His status screen melted away into cascading ones and zeros. And then it exploded into a digital haze. Vera staggered backward as Marcus's body collapsed into ash. Her breath caught. She had done everything to keep healing him, so why was there nothing left? Her heartbeat pounded in her ears. No, 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 no. Marcus was gone. Yet, she could still feel him. She whipped around. And behind her he stood. Whole, untouched, and yet not the same. Marcus inhaled deeply. The air breathed with him. The very fabric of reality shifted, adjusting itself to accommodate his existence. His eyes flickered open, glowing with a deep, shifting energy. He turned to Vera and smiled. With a thought, he called forth his system screen. It did not flicker into existence like before. No holographic text, no artificial data. Instead, the world itself responded. The air rippled. And something primordial formed before him. It was alive. Name, Marcus Elder. Level Ascendant 1. Vera's voice trembled. Marcus? Marcus rolled his shoulders. He clenched his fist, getting a feel of his new existence. It was something new, something beyond the system itself. He exhaled, turning to Vera with a grin. I think I just leveled up. Chapter 119, The Weight of Ascension. The first thing Marcus noticed wasn't the silence, it was the difference. His body felt the same, but the world did not. He wasn't just standing in Terra anymore. He was somehow connected to it, in a way that defied words. Vera stood before him, her golden eyes wide, unblinking, unreadable. She clutched her staff as if she needed something solid to anchor herself. She had seen him die. She had seen him burn. She had seen him reform from the ashes. Yet he was here. Marcus? Her voice was cautious, uncertain. Marcus clenched his fist and felt a ripple through the air, as if space itself acknowledged his intent. His skin tingled, his muscles thrummed with untapped potential. The longer he stood still, the more he noticed. It wasn't just sight or hearing. It was something beyond the normal five senses. Mana. He could feel it in the air, flowing like unseen rivers, whispering through the very fabric of existence. Kai. It pulsed in every living thing, woven into every movement, every breath, every heartbeat. Psyche. It existed as threads, unseen yet radiant, connecting the thoughts, emotions, and fates of all sentient beings. One particular thread twitched, detached from anything he could see. It hovered in front of him, pulsing faintly. Marcus reached toward it. The thread felt real, as if it existed both inside and outside of him. With a light tug, something flickered into existence. A small, otherworldly insectoid hovered above his palm. Its translucent wings shimmered, its tiny mandibles clicking softly as it inspected him. Vera inhaled sharply, stepping forward. "Marcus, that looks like a Tier 1 summon?" Marcus stared at the creature. Psyche summoning? He hadn't even cast a spell. He had simply pulled a thread. He had read about Psyche summoning. It was exceedingly rare, bordering on mythical. In all his time in Terra, he had never seen anyone use it. The creature clicked once, then vanished when Marcus released the thread. He rubbed his eyes, blinking rapidly. The world returned to normal, or at least what passed for normal now. But something still lingered. A haze surrounded everything that moved, a blur that traced their future movements before they even made them. Vira hesitated, watching him carefully. She took a cautious step forward. Marcus saw two Viras, one moving a fraction of a second ahead of the other. His breath caught. Prediction? Precognition? He murmured under his breath. He could see the immediate future, not as a choice, but as a certainty. He took a step to meet her halfway. Flash. He vanished, reappearing 50 meters away without even trying. Vera spun around, her eyes wide. "Marcus?" Marcus blinked. He hadn't activated any technique. He had simply moved, and his body had responded too efficiently. "I have to get a hold of this," Marcus thought, and immediately reached for Stem. Stem. No answer. Stem. Stem. For the first time since his birth, Stem did not respond. A flicker of unease settled in Marcus's chest. Nothing. Then, a system message appeared in his mind, but it wasn't like before. It wasn't displayed. It was etched into reality itself, glowing like a whispered truth. Message from Stem. Pre-recorded. Marcus opened it. Stem's voice played in his mind, slightly distorted, as if it were struggling to hold itself together. "Hi, Marcus. Please do not be distressed by my absence. Your remaking required more from me, more than I calculated. I'm currently sleeping." Marcus swallowed hard. "I'm unsure how long this sleep will last, but I assure you, your system works, and it's better than before. Take care. See you soon." The message ended. Marcus let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Stem wasn't gone, just dormant. Yet an uneasy silence lingered in Marcus's thoughts. This was the first time since Stem's birth that Marcus was truly alone in his own mind. But he had bigger concerns. For now, Marcus turned to Vera, his expression serious. "We have to tell the others." Vera nodded, already knowing who he meant. Thalron, Arixa, Velith, Boruk, Ragn, their closest friends, the ones who deserved to know the truth. Before they could leave, Vera hesitated, turning back toward the unstable dungeon portal behind them. It still pulsed, unstable energy radiating outward in waves of distortion, causing the very air around it to shimmer unnaturally. The battle was over, the monsters had stopped pouring through, but the portal remained, and that meant something was very, very wrong. "Marcus," she said slowly, her voice edged with unease. "Why hasn't the portal closed?" Marcus narrowed his eyes. He reached out, not physically, but with his new awareness. What he felt made his stomach drop. The portal wasn't just open, it was anchored, like a wound that refused to close. "They're not just staying open," he murmured, a sinking feeling clawing its way into his chest. "They're permanent." Vera's head snapped toward him. "What?" "That's impossible. Dungeons close when they're cleared. That's a fundamental system rule. Marcus slowly shook his head. Not anymore. His gaze lifted, scanning the unstable horizon of the portal. He could feel something beyond it. A presence lingering just out of reach, watching, waiting. It was as if the dungeon was no longer bound to the system at all. A memory stirred in the back of his mind. An old warning, a biblical parallel from his first life. In my original world, there were stories about seals, Marcus said, his voice low, measured. Vera frowned. Seals? Breaking them unleashed plagues, destruction, famine, death. She swallowed hard. The implication settled in like a dead weight. The steps before the end? Marcus nodded grimly. I think this might be just the beginning. A long silence stretched between them. Then, a thought hit him like a hammer, sharp and undeniable. His eyes widened. Vera, the resource dungeon in New York. Her breath caught. Oh, ancestors' grace. She gripped her staff tighter, her knuckles going white. If dungeon portals aren't closing, Marcus clenched his fists, then New York might already be overrun. The weight of that realization sank into his bones like ice. The resource dungeon, the single most crucial dungeon in Terra. New York was a city built around its stability. If that portal was permanently open, if monsters were spilling through, unchecked, then everything they had built there could be gone. Marcus forced his mind into focus. Vera's voice trembled. Boruk, Ragan, Miran, Yara, please be safe. Marcus exhaled sharply. We have to go, now. Marcus and Vera made their wars to the Kelcrest estate. As Marcus and Vera approached the main hall, the weight of anticipation pressed against them. As they approached, they could hear chatter filling the halls, whispers of victories, fears of what was still to come, and speculation on what it all meant. But the moment Marcus stepped through the entrance, silence, all eyes turned to him. The room was dimly lit, the flickering glow of oil lamps casting long shadows across the faces of the gathered warriors. At the center of it all, Thalron stood, arms crossed, his piercing gaze locked onto Marcus like he was studying a foreign entity. Arixa leaned against the wall, arms folded, her expression unreadable. Velith sat casually in a chair, one leg draped over the other, calm, but his sharp eyes lingered on Marcus for a fraction too long. Even Sylvan was present, arms folded, his gaze watchful, unreadable. They didn't have to say it. They felt it. Something about Marcus had changed. Arixa was the first to break the silence. What the hell happened to you? Marcus exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of every gaze upon him. His voice was steady, resolute. We need to wrap things up here. Thalron's brow furrowed. Yes, I know, but why so soon? Marcus met his gaze, unwavering. For many reasons, but mainly because his fists clenched. We have to check on New York. A heavy silence followed. Thalron stepped forward, his voice quieter, heavier. You came to the same conclusion as well, that the dungeons may be permanently open? Marcus gave a sharp nod. I think New York is already under attack. The weight of his words crashed down upon them all. Thalron's fingers drummed against the hilt of his rapier. Vera's expression darkened. Boruk and Ragan are there. Her voice was edged with sudden urgency. Marcus's grip tightened. If the portals aren't closing, then the resource dungeon in New York is still open. Arixa let out a slow breath, her fingers flexing. Then we don't have time to waste. Marcus turned to Sylvan, who had been watching the exchange silently. As if anticipating his question, the elven lord raised a hand. Don't worry, Thalron. I've already devised a plan to restore your mother's house. Thalron's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Sylvan's expression remained unreadable. You'll have my seat. A sharp intake of breath filled the room. Thalron's eyes widened. What? Sylvan's voice was calm, matter-of-fact. The other nobles will be desperate to return to their political machinations after this disaster. House Maverin's betrayal will not be ignored. Their house will be dismissed from the council. I had originally intended to claim their seat for myself. His silver gaze flickered toward Marcus. But I sense a different opportunity. He turned back to Thalron. House Kelcrest will take their seat, and when you deliver evidence that House Ulthar reneged on their agreements with Xenor, Kelcrest will persuade the council to give my house Ulthar's seat. A pause. Sylvan's gaze was unwavering. My family has fought for years to sit at the nobles' table. What is a few more months? Thalron's throat tightened. He could barely find his voice. Thank you. He had done it. House Kelcrest would stand among the noble houses of Nirene once more. Sylvan's lips curled into a small smirk. Of course, this means you and your house are now in my debt. Thalron exhaled sharply. I expected as much. Sylvan gave a small shrug. All I ask is that my representatives have a place in your city. Marcus crossed his arms, grinning slightly. I see no problem with that. Vera nodded. If we have to have an elven presence, I'd rather it be elves we can trust. Thalron let out a breath, his chest lighter than it had been in sense coming to Nirene. He turned to Marcus, eyes determined. Then we move for New York at dawn. A new voice broke through the moment. Lord Thalron. Darian, the long-suffering steward of House Kelcrest, stepped into the room, tears brimming in his eyes. I heard everything. His voice trembled with emotion. I will oversee the transition. I will make sure everything is arranged. You must go. Go tell your mother, Philia. A choked breath. Our house is restored. For the first time in a long, long time. Thalron smiled. Chapter 1. 120. Homeward Through Ruin. The journey began in uneasy silence. Marcus, Thalron, Arixa, Vera, and Velith rode their newly acquired Crixus mounts, their elongated, viper-like bodies gliding effortlessly over the terrain. The creatures moved with unnatural grace, their six-scaled legs barely making a sound as they propelled forward. Their speed was almost hypnotic, a ceaseless, rippling motion that carried them across the land faster than any traditional mount. But the faster they rode, the more evident the world's descent into chaos became. Even with Vera casting haste at regular intervals, the journey was grueling. The land stretched on for miles, untouched by civilization, yet far from unscathed. The first signs were subtle. Small villages turned into ghost towns, homes left abandoned in haste. Meals sat half-eaten on wooden tables, doors swung open as if their owners had vanished mid-step. Then came the devastation. They passed through battlefields, where adventurers and soldiers had fought to stem the tide of dungeon creatures spilling into the real world. Bodies lay in heaps, some fresh, others days old. They saw hastily constructed barricades torn apart, their wooden frames reduced to splinters and bloodstains. Broken weapons lay buried in the mud, shattered armor pieces telling the tale of a one-sided slaughter, and yet not all monsters were dead. Some still lurked in the shadows, injured yet alive, as if something had disrupted the fundamental rules of Terra. Marcus barely had time to react when a half-living monstrous insectoid lunged at them, its chitinous body dragging itself forward, missing half of its legs but still moving. A single strike from his gauntlet shattered its skull. Arixa swung her warhammer, caving in the ribs of a mangled dungeon abomination that had been twitching on the ground, as if refusing to die properly. Vira inhaled sharply, her fingers tightening around her staff. The world's balance is collapsing. Marcus nodded, his jaw tight. This was proof. The dungeon portals were not just open, they were permanent. By the fifth day, the terrain shifted. The once dry and arid plains gave way to dense, humid jungle. The Acronian Sea's jungle loomed before them, filled with towering canopies, thick vines that swayed without wind, and the constant buzz of unseen creatures. Yet Marcus's focus wasn't on the jungle. It was on the massive ruin hidden within the trees, the Sirius dungeon. His fingers tightened around his reins, he forced his Crixus to a halt. The others followed. Vira's eyes widened as she, too, realized what she was seeing. It's still inoperable. The dungeon stood dormant, its obsidian gate sealed shut, its once raging mana signature non-existent. Marcus swallowed, memories of the dungeon resurfacing. The twisted horrors, the Seraphim protocol, the artificial nightmares locked inside. His voice was grim. Good, it's still dead. Velith tilted his head, intrigued. So, not all dungeons have opened then? Marcus frowned. He remembered Stem's words. Not all dungeons were controlled by the same force. The resource dungeon had been a reward for Stem. The dungeon had once been a boss rush dungeon, but when Marcus and Vera defeated the last enemy and Stem had saved them from the chaos that followed, Marcus received his mysterious gauntlets, Vera received her grimoire, and Stem had received the keys to the dungeon itself. Another world to govern, a pocket reality, an entirely different system. If Stem had control over it, then maybe it never followed the same rules as the others. His hopes rose. If the resource dungeon was governed by Stem, maybe it hadn't opened either. Then Vera spoke. Marcus, what about the shift dungeon? A chill ran through him. The volatile, ever-changing shift dungeon. The place of his rebirth. The one dungeon in the world that defied all logic. Marcus clenched his fists. The shift dungeon never followed system rules, he muttered. If any dungeon was capable of doing something unpredictable, it's that one. Arixa grunted, rolling her shoulders. So what? You think it stayed closed too? Marcus wished he could say yes, but he didn't know. He could only hope. Eventually they reached Xenor's borders. The change was immediate. The fortified city stood before them, scarred and broken, its proud walls now marred with deep claw marks and battle wounds. Smoke lingered in the sky, though most fires had been put out. The stench of blood and death was fresh. Just outside the city, mass graves were being dug. Exhausted survivors worked like soulless shadows, too drained to mourn. Thalron's grip tightened on his reins. Marcus could see the worry in his face. Philia and Quell were strong, but were they strong enough? Thalron exhaled sharply. If Xenor suffered this much, what about New York? Marcus didn't answer. He was afraid of what they'd find. They rode without pause, their Crixus mounts reaching their limits. Even with haste, even with their relentless endurance, the journey felt endless. Then, they crested the final hill, and New York came into view, whole, intact, untouched. The group stopped dead. Vera let out a sharp breath, her eyes scanning the city. This doesn't make sense. Arixa's fingers tightened around her warhammer. How? Velith's sharp gaze flickered with suspicion. Not a single sign of battle, no fires, no blood, no bodies. Thalron's brow furrowed. No siege damage, no barricades. Silence fell. Nirine burned. Xenor had barely survived, and yet New York looked like nothing had happened at all. Marcus's chest loosened with relief. Then, a group of scouts emerged, approaching from the city gates. Marcus recognized the leader instantly. Ragan. His leathers were torn, his face bruised, and his weapons bore fresh battle damage. Yet, the city behind him was untouched. Confusion deepened. Marcus rode forward. Ragan's eyes lit up when he spotted him. Well, I'll be damned. Took you long enough. He strode toward them, wincing slightly. Marcus studied him carefully. Ragan looked like he had been fighting for his life. So why was the city untouched? Marcus's voice was low, cautious. What happened? Ragan held his gaze. For the first time, Marcus saw something deeper than exhaustion in his expression. Then, with a tired smirk, Ragan gestured toward the city. You should see for yourself.